Muy buenos días.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you who are here with us and all of you who are watching us through a live stream. Welcome to the Cybersecurity Symposium of the OAS for Intelligent Resilience, Building a Cyber Ecosystem that Evolves and Adapts. Organized by the OAS and Agesic, this is a space for having cybersecurity professionals, politicians, and specialists in cyber incidents that seeks to facilitate an exchange of good practices while building conscience and awareness about cybersecurity in the region. Today, we will have two different sections that are complementary. One in the morning that will begin now. This is a cybersecurity symposiums. And then we will have the RICET event. This is an event that is being broadcast live via the Agesic YouTube channel. And you can follow us through social networks using the OAS Cyber Symposium 25 or RICET 2025 as well. We would like to thank all the organizations that support and collaborate with this symposium: Florida International University, National Institute of Standards and Technology, Government of Canada, State Department of the United States of America, Antel, UTEC, BPS, UTE, DataSec, Fortinet, Ricaldone Foundation, Krav Maga, Quoxit, Savvy, ILSOR, Urudata, and Uruguay 21. We now launch the Global Cybersecurity Panel, Negotiation and Agreements Against Cyber Crime, led by Daniela Ruiz from the Foreign Affairs Secretariat of Mexico. You have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you kindly. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a true honor to be participating today in this first panel for the second day of this symposium. I would like to thank the Uruguayan government and the OAS for honoring me with this invitation. Before we begin, I would like to let you know that this is a panel that will be held in Spanish. So for those of you that need the live interpreting devices, I think now's the time for you to go get them. Now, having said this, I would like to give you a bit of context for this panel. As the cyber threats landscape goes beyond borders, international cooperation becomes key for an effective defense in this area. This panel will be discussing and exploring the different negotiation spaces for cybersecurity with a particular focus on the agreements on cybercrime like the Budapest Agreement and the recent negotiation from the UN Convention Against Cybercrime, which, by the way, will be signed in Hanoi this Saturday. The panelists today will be analyzing how the different states, international organizations, and other key stakeholders within our ecosystem collaborate in order to establish legal and operational frameworks to allow for investigating, persecuting, and preventing cybercrime at a global scale. We will also be discussing the challenges and opportunities that persist regardless of our efforts. And we will discuss how our fight against transnational digital threats persist. Additionally, we will be discussing the impact of having these agreements for the building of a collective resilient cybersecurity despite the very complex geopolitical context in which we are living. So having said all of this, I will now like to invite the panelists to join me over here on the stage. I would like to welcome Paola Burgos Seginelli, who is a regional legal advisor for the Americas in the International Red Cross Committee. A round of applause for her. Thank you. Jimena Mora Corredor. She is a senior corporate counsel within the Digital Crimes Unit for Microsoft. And last but not least, Juan Jose Riva, who is the Deputy Director of Multilateral Affairs in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Uruguay. Perfect. Let me take my seat. A round of applause for you.
Muy bien.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. Okay, having introduced this panel, I want to start with you, Paola, so that you can tell us about the concerns for cyber operations within armed conflict scenarios. Should we be concerned about this, or is this a bit of a forward-thinking situation? Hi, can you hear me? Yes. Thank you, Daniela, for the question. Before I answer, I would like to thank all the organizers of this incredible event for the invitation. It is a true honor to be here representing the International Committee for the Red Cross. I think before I answer your question and I say yes, yes, this is a concern for us, this is not doing forward thinking, if you will. And before I go into detail, I want to tell you why the International Red Cross Committee is very much interested in these discussions. The CICTE is an international humanitarian organization that has a specific mandate. Its mandate is to protect and assist victims of armed conflicts and violent situations. Within armed conflicts, as part of the protection, we tried to have a powerful, faithful application of the regulations for these situations known as humanitarian international law. So within this context, the CICTE has entered into the conversation of cyber operations or activities related to ICTs in times of armed conflict. To answer your question then, yes, this is a big concern. In the last few years, we have started seeing that we're using more and more ICTs, commonly known as cyber operations, in these kinds of situations. Think about, for example, armed conflicts that we can see every day in the news and in the headlines. Think about the situation between Russia and Ukraine. Think about Gaza. Think about what is happening and what has happened in the past in the fight against the Islam State. Think about the situation between India and Pakistan, just to give you a couple of examples, or Israel and Iran. These are armed conflict situations in which humanitarian international law applies. And these situations have changed the way in which we fight armed conflicts. This is not just about military operations that are kinetic. We're talking about cybernetic operations that are taking place now. So for us, within this context, what becomes concerning are those cyber operations that have specific impacts, concrete impacts on civilians. Think, for example, about those cyber operations that, for example, seek to damage essential services. Think about cyber operations that seek to enable or destruct services such as the power grids, water power plants, banking systems, medical services. At the end of the day, this has an impact on the physical world, a very concrete impact on the physical world within the context of armed conflicts that actually affects the civilians. So within these contexts and within these examples, our big concern or the question that we ask ourselves is how do the rules of humanitarian international law that normally apply to military or non-military operations would have to apply to the cyber world as well, so that we, in a way, can limit cyber operations. Think, for example, about the fact that within the context of international law, we have been applying these principles in specific situations to try and minimize the consequences for the civil population. Thank you. Thank you. I really liked how you provided us with context that we're not just talking about these kinetic operations, but also cybernetic operations. And this is happening more and more often, unfortunately. And those points that you brought up, I think, lead the way for me to now ask Juan Jose to tell us a bit about how this development of international law has provided us with specific tools, like the Budapest Agreement. Could you, Jose, tell us about the progress and the limitations that a tool like this one can provide us with? Can you hear me? Yes? Yes, the Budapest Agreement is the first binding agreement for states that pertains to cyber crimes. This is great progress for us indeed. While we were all negotiating the Hanoi Agreement, we spoke largely about Budapest. Uruguay was actually talking about it as it thought to adhere to the agreement. And there were other states that were more critical about this agreement, and in a way that was a problem for us to enter into the Hanoi Agreement. However, within the context of the 21st century, we already were talking about these topics in a field that is always evolving. Cybercrime is always evolving, so within that context, Budapest is able to define some of those crimes that are always evolving, yes, but that are persistent. And so, within the context of the negotiations for the Hanoi Agreement, when some states and some delegations wanted to go into detail about technologies, about instruments, and about crimes per se, the Budapest experience came to show all of us that the broader and the more abstract we are when we are defining these crimes, the more longevity and sustainability for those laws and those regulations. So for us who negotiated Hanoi, that was fundamental. There was another key aspect for us, which is the capacity that the Budapest Agreement had to expand to other countries, allowing for a great amount of Latin American countries to actually change our regulations based on the Budapest Agreement. Another important thing that I've noticed after Budapest is that if you want to enter into the Budapest Agreement, the European Council invites that state, and they have 5 years to update their regulations to adapt and adhere to Budapest. And that is what is happening nowadays in Uruguay with a team led by our president. We are working intensely in coordination with the European Council. We are building a synergy to leverage this opportunity so that we can make amendments to our regulations. We're working hand in hand with experts that have worked across the region as well. So I think this is a door that has opened for us. I think this is also a great element, a great launch platform for us to then move to making internal amendments within our regulations. So those are the main elements that I think came up in our country. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. We will go into detail later on to talk about Hanoi. So you spoke about synergies, right? You spoke about this being a launching platform. You spoke about synergies. This is something that was mentioned yesterday, and it's great for us to bear this in mind once again. Now, Jimena, we know that governments aren't alone in the cyberspace. So the question is, What is the role of the private sector and of civil society in the implementation and strengthening of these international efforts and international agreements against cybercrime? Is there anything that you believe you can contribute? Well, first and foremost, thank you all. Thank you to all the panel members for being here, and thank you for the invitation to OAS and to Agesic. We know that attacks against nation states are a constant concern for tech companies. It's a constant concern because before the Russia-Ukraine armed conflict, the world was apparently peaceful. However, these attacks were happening. They have been happening for many, many years, albeit they're not hyper focused as they were yesterday or they didn't show up in the headlines. I'm sure you might remember the Soe case in which North Korea sought to avoid the broadcast of the Interviewer movie, and it launched an attack against a tech company in the States. Another attack was the NotPetya Oh Wanna Cry attack, in which some malicious actors found a vulnerability in XP Windows. This is a OS that was launched in 2009, and the attackers were able to be efficient because the users were using those technologies that were already not being supported. They had been implemented for over 10 years, and so they took advantage of that opportunity. So those became lesson learned for us. Now, more recently, or not that recently, but in the rather recent ongoing conflict between Russia and the Ukraine, we noticed that before in the past we were talking about land, sea, and air armed conflicts. But I think the Russia-Ukraine war showed us that the digital space is another battlefield, most definitely. Microsoft was able to see how those first attacks of Russia against the Ukraine were digital attacks. They focused on disabling data centers, physical data centers of the Ukrainian government within its territory. The Ukrainian government, together with many tech companies, not only with Microsoft's help, was able to migrate these data centers to the cloud, where we offer data centers across the world. We do that exactly to mitigate these kinds of situations. We actually foresee these attacks, and that's why we migrated to the cloud. So tech companies then become fighters at the front line of these digital attacks. We as users even see ourselves being attacked by phishing attacks, and we normally call our tech providers, companies like Microsoft, that are ready to figure out what's going on. Now, if we talk about cooperation between the private sector and governments, I would say that international agreements are great tools because, first and foremost, they classify crimes. And that has been very important for the private sector to support public offices when they, for example, make requests for information. We share intelligence about cyber threats. And it's not just about having crimes be persecuted, but we're also providing assistance to countries in a broader sense. We know that criminals establish infrastructures targeting victims in one region. They have financial infrastructures in another region, and they live in a third region. So this is a transnational situation. So why? Because they know that if we want to catch them, we need to collaborate, and that is challenging. But by having these international agreements, we're designing a new way to cooperate. I also want to go back to something that I heard yesterday, because we're not just living in the era of AI, but also in quantum computing era. And I'm wondering whether or not these legal frameworks are going to be updated based on how fast these technologies change. I think we need to have clear collaboration channels like the ones established by the CERTs, which enable us to identify threats and be speedy when we are acting. Thank you. Thank you for that. I think you're bringing something up that is very interesting, which is the importance of having public-private collaboration. This is something that makes us be more efficient when persecuting these crimes. Now, I want to go back to you, Jose, and take advantage of your experience in the negotiation of the Cybercrime Convention. I would like for you to tell the audience, how this new agreement, how this new Hanoi agreement seeks to complement this architecture.
podamos hablar de superar
Maybe in a way it can do away with some legal voids, especially those existing within the context of the current agreements. Well, I'm so sorry, the translators are going to kill me, but there's an expression that applies to the comparison between Hanoi and Budapest, which is that if you try to do too many things at the same time, you're not going to do anything right. And this means many things. Hanoi was an agreement that came up between states that have similarities in their context, in their technical capacities to combat cybercrime, and in their regulations, or at least that the European Council believes have the same context and capacity. So I think they can go in detail when describing the crimes and demanding for cooperation. But Hanoi does exactly the opposite. It covers more ground because it's a universal agreement. When we were having conversations for Hanoi, we had robust states that could persecute to the highest extent the law allowed, like the G7 members and the UK. But then we had St. Lucia and Uruguay. So in that case, we had to have very ample legislations because we all had very different capacities. And that is what complementarity looks like, I would say. So Hanoi is a minimum threshold. It's the minimum common denominator for the things that we agree with. Some countries like Uruguay and Latin America and the European Council can take a step further after the Budapest Agreement, and other countries and bilateral agreements can even go further. But what I would say is that what Hanoi allows us to do within a current fragmentation geopolitical context in which cooperation happens only amongst friends, and at a time in which we have more and more interstate armed conflicts since 1945, countries were actually able to agree. They were able to enter into an agreement that established cooperation capacities at a minimum threshold within the context of the urgency of combating cybercrime. So there is complementarity between Hanoi and Budapest, and that's a positive thing. We should say it. And many a times I noticed during the negotiations that some countries wanted to have more safeguards for human rights and the rule of law, while other countries wanted to be harsher for crimes. And we had to negotiate. And by negotiating, we reached an agreement that makes us all entirely unhappy at the same level, but entirely happy at the same level. So that complementarity happened. We have the great groundwork set up by Hanoi. We hope it will be signed by many states. We hope it will be ratified. And I hope we are able to then move forward with Hanoi with more agreements. And then we have Budapest, sorry, that allows for cooperation. And hopefully we will have more opportunities for collaboration within the hemisphere so that we can work in this area, even at the bilateral level. So I think that those are some of the elements that I wanted to bring up. I also want to tell you that the United Nations Convention, in its 15th article, talks about, for example, the sexual crimes against minors. I don't want to go into detail because I'm not an expert, but I do think that we want to talk about the geopolitical context of having complementarity between Hanoi and Budapest. Yes, for those of you that were keeping track of the UN conversations, I'm sure that you know that reaching a consensus between 193 countries that have 193 very different realities is not an easy feat. And I do want to go back to what you said. We're equally unhappy, right? We're equally unhappy. Paola, in your first answer, you were giving us some examples of very recent armed conflicts, which at times even show that we have groups that are only focused on cyber crimes and which align to one party to a conflict or to another. What does this entail in terms of legal obligations and liabilities? Well, in the last few years, we have seen an unprecedented numbers of civilian hackers or hacktivists that many times operate or carry out cyber operations in areas or seeking to affect areas of states that are part of armed conflicts. And as you also mentioned, Daniela, many times these groups that during times of peace were nothing but cyber criminals are now undertaking operations in support of one of the parties that are party to the armed conflict. Now let me give you some information. Last year, 195 groups of hackers were operating within the armed conflict between the Russia and the Ukraine, 170 in Pakistan, and 150 between Israel and Iran. So this is not just something for us to be concerned about in the future. This is happening today. Many times these groups do not attack the army. They do not attack military operations, but rather they seek to attack civilians in society, like banks, like internet service providers, electricity companies, drugstores, civilian government services, and so on and so forth. So all of this operates within a reality where we could talk about cybercrime. What happens when cyber criminals are having an impact within armed conflicts? Well, things become more complex because when we're talking about specific armed conflicts, we have a legal framework that provides for these situations, which is humanitarian international law. So, within these territories, under these situations, we have a coexistence between the national law and these international principles of humanitarian law, which many a times pertain to how military operations, including cyber operations, are conducted. So the question is, which legal framework within an armed conflict would prevail when we are looking at the activities of civilian hackers? Let me give you an example of this. Imagine that there is an armed conflict between Uruguay, because they are our host country, and Mexico, because that's where I come from. So imagine that. Imagine there is an armed conflict between Uruguay and Mexico, and civilian hackers from Uruguay start launching cyber operations that have an effect in Mexico to interrupt critical services like health services, social security, or banking services. It is quite likely that under the national legislations of both Uruguay and Mexico, this would qualify as a crime. This could be provided for as a crime. However, in a situation of an armed conflict, the question would be up to which extent these kinds of actions would be part of humanitarian international law, and what would be the consequence faced by these civilian hackers if that legal framework were to apply. So, to go deeper into the example, you know that one of the basic principles of humanitarian law is that civilians should never be attacked. They are protected under this law unless they directly participate in this armed conflict. So in this example of civilian hackers, the question would be, are these people, because of their actions, prone to losing that protection? And if so, can they be attacked by Mexico or Uruguay? And if we go back to the legality of their operations within these contexts, the question would be, should these legal hackers be complying with the core principles of international law, respecting principles for distinguishing between what is a military target and what is a civilian target, the principle of proportionality in terms of a balance between the damage cost and what you seek to attack. So the conversation grows complex and more complex as these cyber operations are happening at a more frequent pace even. And if I go into the second question, I do know that international organizations such as mine are still very concerned about this, and we want to have debates about this with the states.
Sí, sin duda, convocar debates.
Yes, we should have and hold more debates about this, while also creating spaces for possible new agreements. Jimena, in your previous answer, you were talking about how important it is to establish public-private collaborations in order to operate based on these agreements. And in that context, I want to ask you, what are the lessons learned from international experiences that could lead to the development of new practices and regulations for international cooperations in cybersecurity and against cybercrime? Well, thank you for that question. Microsoft is a private corporation and it develops technologies. So we see many opportunities, we see many trends, and we see many ways of contributing to a safer digital world and to catch these criminals that are located across the world. Last week, we launched the Digital Defense Report by Microsoft. Like I said, Microsoft Digital Defense Report that showcases the result of the intelligence work that we conduct every year against threats. Microsoft analyzes 100 billion traces a day from Office, Xbox, Windows, Ping, Copilot. And I'm sorry, but I do need to look at the figures. They're very important, so that's why I want to be very exact. Microsoft blocks 5 trillion emails a day. 5 trillion. 5 trillion emails that could include malware or phishing.
Bloquea más de
And we also block more than 4.5 million malware attacks. So imagine that is growing exponentially, and that happens 365 days a year. Imagine the amount of information and all the preventive actions that we carried out at global level. Okay, so this is part of our practice every day. When you use Outlook, for instance, you get a message that says, in general, you don't get emails from Daniela Gonzalez. And by that, that is an early alert for our Outlook users. And that's another feature that is a result of analyzing these trillions and trillions of information. Sometimes you get an email message that doesn't get to your inbox. Instead, it gets to your spam. Well, and it tells you, be careful with this message, it may be a phishing attempt. Well, these kind of actions are the actions carried out by our company, by Microsoft as a company. I'm part of the Department of Cybercrimes. And basically, what we try to do is to understand these criminal infrastructures, and we want to disrupt these activities and also do all the remedial work, because one of the hardest part of this investigation is try to find the actor or organization behind it. In some cases, because of political issues or because of the private sector, it's not that easy to attribute the responsibility to that identity when they are especially sponsored by some states. We identify criminal infrastructure and we conduct these disruptive actions in some areas, but not in all of them. So it is very important to have this kind of coordination. We started in 2010 and we have carried out 28 disruptions. Now we disrupted Luma, that was the main info stealer at global level. They were the one behind identity theft, credit card theft, and we have discussed that, right? How identity is the jewel of the crown when we talk about these activities, right? When we talk about cybercrime in general. And Luma attacked India, Brazil, US, and Mexico. So now we are coordinating remedial activities with different local certs. Because we want this. Japan was another region impacted by Luma. So regulations are essential, but these examples of what technology companies do every day to promote a safe and secure cyber world, there should we need to have a clear cooperation so that we can implement these disruptions. They said that most of the actors behind these attacks are in Eastern Europe, but not necessarily. We saw that some of them are in fact, but also in Asia we're finding some hubs where we have a lot of actors promoting fraud activities. And also involved in pornography and illicit sexual content. So we, as technology companies, yesterday, for instance, in a panel, people were very concerned about the use of AI and quantum computing. And I have always heard that these are opportunities, opportunities that can be used as a tool or as a weapon. If it weren't for AI, Microsoft would not have been able to carry out these disruption activities or working with trillions and trillions of messages. Okay, that is the sense of all this cooperation. Lessons learned from the Ukraine and Russia conflict, the transition to the cloud, that is a significant aspect when it comes to remedial activities to contain and protect critical data of a country. Also updating in ICTs. As I told you before, if we are still using Windows XP, that is more than 25 years old, well, if we are using that, probably a cyber criminal that is using AI and quantum computing, imagine, it's going to be a piece of cake for that malicious actor to disrupt our activities. Yesterday, they were talking about passwords. Okay, when people don't change their password. So if you believe that just because you have a password you are protected, well, that is not like that anymore. Cyber criminals, they just log in critical infrastructures. We need to have two-factor authentication. That is key. That is very easy to implement in practice. Well, yeah, those were great. Those are great tools. Okay, that is food for thought then. Okay, we are reaching the end of our panel. And as you can see, when conversation is so interesting as this one, time just flies. So just to wrap up and to share some thoughts and reflections with the audience, anything that you would like to share with the audience here today? Okay, yeah. Yeah, it was a pleasure to share the panel with you all. As a final reflection, I would say that I would encourage you, whether you work in the private or in the public sector, I encourage you to think about these issues and the impact that these may have. For instance, in the case of armed conflicts, even though they may seem something that just doesn't happen here, we need to encourage states, because states are the ones that are in charge, are the ones in charge of passing the laws for this. Is something we need to do, is to understand and learn more about international law, and maybe taking actions, political actions, regulatory actions, that reflect the way in which your different countries apply international law to cyber operations in this world that we live in. From the Red Cross International Committee, we would like to tell you once again to express our willingness to work with states in these different issues. We worked closely with OAS, for instance, so it would be a pleasure to work with you, and it's a pleasure to be here. And if you have any questions, please just let me know. Thank you, Paula. Jimena, the floor is yours. Well, my reflection would be, in several occasions, we think that international actors are very sophisticated. It used to be like that in the past, but now with the latest disruptions, we have seen how cybercrime as a service is now a trend. You don't need to be an expert to just launch an attack. These are cyber crimes, and you can get those services, and you can pay $200 for a cyber attack. If we are able to work together, we can find these criminals that are not experts. And we know that in the cyber world, we can always find the footprints of these criminals. We need to have and implement these actions. We can create disruptions, and we don't have to think that this is too complicated for this region. On the contrary, in Latin America, we have been carrying out these kind of disruptions and obtaining promising results. These are remedial activities that can be implemented. Okay, they are part of our daily workload. So I just wanted to share that. Okay, think about cooperation, but using actionable intelligence. Okay, that's a clear call to cooperation. Our host, Juan Jose, the floor is yours. Okay, I agree with what the previous panelists have mentioned. When we have conventions like Hanoi and Budapest, were not created just out of the blue. They were the result of the willingness of states that listened to civil society organizations and to other organizations, and they knew that they had to push this onto the agenda. We have some resolutions by the General Assembly, we have the political willingness of some countries, we have framework agreements, and tomorrow some of these will become a reality. There will be binding instruments that will be changing the reality of countries. We need to continue working and cooperating so that this topic is part of the agenda. Okay. We, as part of the state, it is true that we're always behind because it's changing very rapidly, because it takes us longer, but we need to continue working on this topic. Okay, so if they are organized, we should be organized on our side. Thank you very much for being here. They will stay here. They will spend the whole day here. If you have any questions, just contact them. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a ti, Daniela, también. Vamos a tomar ahora las...
Thank you, Daniela. Now let's have a picture of the panelists
Nos preparamos también para la...
while we get ready for our next presentation.
Todos aquellos que deseen subir alguna foto.
If you want to upload a picture, a comment, remember the hashtags of the conference, so you share that with the whole community.
Ahí está. Si nos dan unos instantes...
Okay, please, the assistants, let's change the format, the sitting arrangement on stage, and let's invite our next speaker.
Sí, sí, está perfecto. Acá. La próxima disertación, resiliencia.
Our next presentation, Strategic Resilience, Managing Risks and Opportunities of Emerging Technologies. Andrés Velázquez is the president and founder of Marica. Andrés, please come to stage.
Qué difícil hablar de tecnologías emergentes.
It's very difficult to talk about disruptive and emerging technologies when we are currently using many of them. We can understand some of them. We believe that we understand them, especially when we start talking about cybersecurity. So I think that what they taught us about confidentiality, availability, now we have more aspects, privacy, for instance, that are gonna be disruptive for sure. My first concern when David invited me to talk about this topic is what I'm gonna talk about. Am I gonna be talking about emerging technologies because it's something new? Or am I going to be talking about this from the disruptive standpoint? Because we believe that that technology will be changing the way we do things. If we talk about emerging, there are too many things that are emerging. But when we talk about disruptive activities and devices, that's something different. So I want to be talking about these disruptive technologies because what they are doing basically is changing what we were doing in the past. The technology that we were using, and they start shaking the industry. And people are concerned about that, and as we say, it's like memes, okay? That is a new trend. Well, now everybody wants to use memes and these kind of disruptive technologies, okay? And then we need to find out what's going to happen with the information that we are using, or how risky that is for my organization, right, when using these new technologies. But there's a bright side to all this. There's a new industry. What happened to AI when we started talking about AI from the market standpoint? All the providers were saying, I work with AI, but they were using machine learning or statistics. But they started generating a new industry, and that new industry will be ruled not by cybersecurity. That's a fact. I know no company today that says, I will innovate, create new technologies, but always taking cybersecurity in mind.
Esa cámara que a lo mejor voy a tener.
Maybe that camera that I'm going to be using for surveillance outside my house, I will be thinking about the different aspects that I should include to prevent a cyber attack. Because they can have access to my infrastructure through that camera, they can see the content. I need to make sure that they are regularly updated on all these issues that we are used to doing. So this, in a way, redefines what we are doing. Does it? Because we are used to talking about cybersecurity. I know perfectly well that there are vulnerabilities. Vulnerabilities can be resolved through updating or through the use of patches. So the same thing that we are using to all these aspects should be used for new technologies. But then that should be done by the company, or is it a regulatory thing? Or maybe us, as experts and leaders on this topic, maybe we need to demand manufacturers to comply with these requirements. It is complicated because we are talking about AI, Internet of Things, things that we already have at home. How many of us are already experimenting with virtual reality or augmented reality? We have been working with blockchain, but some people, when you tell them about blockchain, the only thing that they can think about is um, cryptocurrency. But there are so many other benefits to that. I love it because now quantum computing is that thing, especially when we talk about cybersecurity. Everybody's talking about what's going to happen when quantum computers just go through all the encrypted algorithms and will allow us to have access to any kind of information or any kind of device. How close are we to get to that point? When quantum computing, as we know it today, will reach those levels. And then we have edge computing, basically being able to directly process at one of the endpoints, not in the cloud. Countries like ours, we know that we don't have the infrastructure because we cannot exchange all the information because of the bandwidth. So there will be disruptive technologies that will get first to some part of the world. So basically, we have a term that we have been using. It's everything is about innovation. What is it to innovate? Can you tell me the meaning of innovate? Did you have lunch? Did you have breakfast? What is it? Can you define innovation? Something new. Does it need to be, I mean, a new technology, a new process? It should be some kind of change. But what should be the motivation when innovation? Improvement, right? But improvement should be connected in some way to cybersecurity, right? But we just ignore that fact. To satisfy a need, right? When we innovate, we're satisfying a need. I love this concept that innovation is always, it looks like a light bulb. Just change your mindset when you think about cybersecurity. Which are the risks that you can see in that image? The idea was so big, they just destroy the light bulb, and that generates shards of glass, and that is a risk. And if I'm close to that light bulb exploding, there can be another risk. We just forget that that is the situation. Every innovation generates new risks. And who should be aware of this? Innovators or those that are adopting the technology? So this is a shared responsibility, the one that we have here. When we started talking about this, we realized there will be new risks, but also as it happened with AI, augmented reality, and all these technologies, we're going to have an adoption that is quicker every time. So we won't have the time as a cybersecurity community to say, look, before launching that product, just check these and these aspects. We will have to do it like at the same time, because we should be concerned when we have a rapid adoption of a process, we need to think about the risks that are involved. These innovations are requiring more and more sensitive data.
confidenciales.
That could be confidential personal data. Then, as our colleagues were mentioning in the previous panel, and I have worked with some of them, and it's been a pleasure. I come from the forensics world. Okay, we work with digital evidence, and for me, someone coming from the technical area, the hardest part for me was to learn about jurisdiction, because for me everything is a click away. But when I got there with the authority, telling them I know where this is coming from, and they would say, where? And I would just say the name of a country, and the answer was, we cannot do anything about that. So when we talk about sensitive data or infrastructure in different parts of the world, that adds to the complexity, not only because when we talk about protection, but also in the regulatory compliance of all this, because every country has a different approach to this. Remember those times in the past, beginning of 2000, because if there was a vulneration of a system in China, they would just kill you. In Finland, you could go to jail. In Central America, if you imagine you grabbed a mouse and you hit someone in the head, it could be an IT murder. Can you see all the progress that we have made? Now we are talking about cooperation, but there are some things that we need to address. That blockchain, IoT, now we can see that that is now being included in critical infrastructure without any kind of risk analysis. So those are the things that we want to protect now. So when we talk about AI, and I'm not here to sell you the idea of AI, because I know that you are all aware of this evolution and how natural language and AI have managed to achieve all the results that we are aware of. But let's have another perspective, like how the hell, sorry for the translation, did we get here? How did we get to this point? Well, people are believing or relying on AI more than on experts. So now we can see that AI is being used more and more for positive things, but also for negative things, as it happens with all the technology that we have created so far. Okay, we always focus on the good things and not in the bad things. We are generating risks, of course, but also very positive things. I do believe that we're going to have quick diagnosis for problem resolution, but also in the medical field, intelligent decisions. I just wrote that on purpose because sometimes we just take what AI is saying, we take it for granted, even when it is not intelligent at all. But my concern is connected to all the things about algorithm bias, deep fake, misinformation, automated cyber attacks. A couple of months ago, I was in Berlin and I attended an event, and we were talking about crisis management in AI times and times of misinformation. What's going to happen when we have a disinformation campaign and all the things that it's being created or that they created for that will be using the same technology that we use today to share our blood test with doctors. So what is it that we need to do? Do we need to legislate? Do we need to block technology? Do we need to raise awareness? What should be the right path? I have some strategies that we may be analyzing, trying to identify how to include validation and verification of systems that are currently working with AI. What for? So that I can know whether that engine is generating a bias or not. And that bias, what is it based on? Or to have strict access controls. Who can access specific AI engines? And what kind of data is going to be shared? And what are the risks involved? How can we audit this and monitor AI? Transparency or defense, but also patches and updates. What is it that I'm talking about patches and updates? Well, because we have identified that AI, ChatGPT, Copilot, Gemini. But what happens if I include that in my infrastructure? Well, it becomes a vulnerable system. So we'll have to apply all the concepts that we use for defense. We're going to start using this. And some of the concepts will be repeated on my slides. Internet of Things, right? We're all using Internet of Things. So what could be the risks here? Main challenges? Well, for me, is the easiest way to try to have access, and we have a new attack surface. When I think about this from the forensic standpoint, for me it's high value, especially because of the kind of information that I can extract from those devices. But when I think about data protection, what can we do with that information? Many of the IoT, especially first generation, they do not have the possibility of updating the system. So currently we have several devices, including production lines. What happens if within a production line someone manages to access one of these devices and they generate not only an accident, but maybe they can stop the whole production line, and there we can have a new extortion technique. Or we can discuss all these other topics that we have already talked about. One of the easiest way is security by design. All the IoT devices need to comply with some kind of standard, showing that they had some risk assessment or threat modeling, and that they have complied with that from the very beginning. Authentication systems that are strict. All these cameras, they do not have two-factor authentication. So that makes them vulnerable. Many of them, they don't even have any kind of encryption. How are we going to use these kind of devices? Network segmentation, and also, lastly, education. Today, criminals know that IoT can be one of the targets within an organization. Our companies or even governments, they are perfectly aware where they have included this kind of technology in the infrastructure. Blockchain now. Are we doing all right? So far so good. You were not that serious yesterday night, right? Blockchain. Okay, cool. Let's talk about blockchain now. So blockchain, if we remove the crypto component, several organizations have started using this. And now we need to talk about transparency and profitability. But there are some attacks that we don't talk about, like this attack of 51%. Within a blockchain, I control more than 51% of nodes. I can make changes and just strip authentication. Today we have smart contracts that are vulnerable because when they are being developed, they only focus on technology from the operational standpoint and how that technology should work, but they do not analyze any cybersecurity components. You may have some problems on scalability and performance that can affect one network, or interoperability between different networks in different nodes, and the lack of cybersecurity standards. So now, different companies are creating different versions, and now you have so many networks that it's very complicated to regulate them. So, what is the solution then? We need to, if I start defining the objectives or what things we should include in an smart contract to have the minimum security requirements, many of us working in research, we know that we can carry out some research and investigations in blockchain. So anonymous information is not anonymous anymore in some of the nodes. So today, in several of the blockchains, the main problem remains the same, the one that we are having in cybersecurity. The problem is the user. Basically, the problem is the idiot using the system.
The passwords to access blockchain entails a risk, so we need to raise awareness. That is still a big part of the problem. I'm not going to be focusing on all of this because I want to move forward with the main point here. I was talking about quantum computing. Quantum computing is a dilemma. There will be those that say that it's theoretically possible. There are some that say it's already possible. There are those that will say it is possible, but in terms of how we maintain qubits, you will require certain characteristics, so it won't be feasible to do this because of the amount of fuel or cooling that you will need to maintain it. And I think that this is making us move into a very difficult terrain because it's not clear for us when we will be able to reach what has been promised using quantum computing. However, I do think it's necessary for us to anticipate the possible risks. What we want to do with quantum computing is we want to create a new processing power that will enable us to improve the time it takes for us to perform these calculations. However, in the area of cybersecurity, whenever you are asked, what do you think about quantum computing, cybersecurity, people say, we're all going to get hacked. And you know what? We need to put this under an actual real light. Yes, quantum computing will lead to quantum cryptanalysis. Some algorithms then might be affected, yes. And we might end up having access to encrypted information, yes. However, when we start looking at how quantum computing works, you see that we don't have enough information about how we will be sharing information using quantum computing or storing it in a secure way. So yes, we're moving towards a new way of talking about quantum computing, but there are many limitations still. Hardware limitations, yes. And we don't have cybersecurity standards for quantum computing either. So we see a pattern, right? We see that a lot of investigators are trying to innovate, and then they go back to cybersecurity and try to see how they solve the problem. And it's similar to what happened when I first started working in the area of forensics. Jimena knows this. When I started conducting forensics analysis for Windows 8, the first class I was taught internationally is a class that I was taught in Brazil. Do you think we were given a manual by Microsoft developers that said, hey, this is how you can conduct a forensic analysis? No. Because no system was created to be analyzed from a forensic perspective. And as a matter of fact, during some research, I had to analyze a computer. We wanted to retrieve emails, from PCTs. Some of you might not know about this, but basically these were databases where emails were stored. This reached 2 gigas. Do you remember what happened after the 2 gigas? Everything went dead. Bye-bye. You couldn't have access to it anymore. So when we were asked to recover information, it was simple. It was a database, so when you deleted an email, it got flagged. Now when we started trying to retrieve that information, we realized nothing was retrievable. So this was the early 2000s, right? We had to install many computers because at that time we didn't have virtual machines, right? So we had an email client in each of them. And then we went through trial and error and said, okay, what happens if I just delete it by clicking delete? What happens if I click the button? What happens if I delete it and then I also delete the trash? So we wanted to figure out why we couldn't see anything in our cases. And that's how we started conducting forensic analysis. At that time, we realized that if you right-clicked on the invoice and you went to compress VGT, you would delete all the emails. It was a feature that Microsoft had launched a month ago. And I'm explaining this to you because although now I don't work in forensics that much, I work on incident response much more, is because when you are dealing with an incident and you have to respond to that incident, how are we going to respond to them in the area of quantum computing, in IoT, or in AI? In terms of incident response, even in the terms of investigating what's happening, working with AI is very complicated. A company actually looked for us because they work in the area of trademarks for sounds. And there was this sound that you could share with an AI, and you could actually share with them lyrics, and they would give you the music. And this guy actually shared with the AI lyrics from Juan Gabriel, and the AI had actually provided them with the same music that the song from Juan Gabriel, which means that the AI had been trained with real information. So when we were asked to research this and investigate this, what we did is we did the same process to reach the same results. And what happened with AI? It didn't give me the same results anymore. So when we have cases like that one, what are we going to do? Quantum computing doesn't allow for us to do that many things. However, we are in an excellent position to start working between sectors and defining what we should be doing. But let me go back to jurisdictions. How are we going to achieve this when each of our countries wants to do things differently? When each organization wants to do things differently. Maybe we need to have an international organization that will bring us together, like it's happening with many of the agreements that we're entering into. And how are we going to arrive at standards? I'm not talking about legislation, mind you. I'm one step behind. Now, this is a picture I took yesterday. Do you guys know what this is? All locals here? Punta del Este. Right? It's a beautiful place, isn't it? Yesterday, I was fortunate enough to fly. Apart from working on cybersecurity, which is something that I love flying planes. And thanks to Mateo, he's over there in the back, I was able to fly. And this was one of the pictures that he took. He was actually in the back seat. What? He was panicking. Yes, he was. I put this here because something really beautiful happened between me and Mateo when we got to the hangar and the pilot welcomed us and we saw the helicopter. It's not this, but it's an example. The first thing I did was I started running checks. Right, and they said, why did you do that? It's a flight school, there's a certified pilot. Why are you running checks? There's someone who already ran them. Why do you think I ran the checks as well? Because I'm not going to take off and then say, hey, is there enough fuel? Is there enough oil? But that's what we're doing with these disruptive technologies, isn't it? That's what we're doing with emerging technologies. We're taking off and we're doing this. Over there, there's Mateo. That's the only time he was smiling. He was very nervous when we were taking off and landing, but and it's really interesting how much aviation is alike cybersecurity. We have incidents in aviation. Some of them are catastrophes. Did you see the plane that crashed in Venezuela yesterday? That was a catastrophe. And that's because someone wanted to use it beyond its limitations. And the same thing happens when we are using this technology beyond its limitations. We're putting ourselves at risks. So if we do this in real life and we do checks, why not do them in the digital life as well? Even if it's the first time you're flying that plane between inverted commas, you should be running a checklist that says, okay, how should I make sure that this is working properly? How should I use it? And if an emergency happens, what are the necessary steps that I need to take? That's an incident response plan, right? It's a playbook, which means when does an incident become a crisis and what do I do if it becomes a crisis? You have to define that as well in your playbook. Many of you are already using AI in your organizations. So what would be a cybersecurity incident engaging AI, and at what point that incident would become a crisis? And if it happens, who are you going to call? And what are the actions that you're going to take? Look at the checklist. These are the checklists that will become more and more important in our organizations, and they will enable us to make progress. It's a way of solving issues, basically. And it's something that has been out there for so long. You know, this topic of security by design, it's something we know how to do, but we don't do it that often. And we do it even so if someone is sharing the technology with us. Security by design normally happens when we are developing the tool, not when we are adopting it. But I think we also have to change that as well, so that we are safer and we don't run into issues. So yes, we will be facing challenges, but that makes our work that much more interesting. I remember in one of the past events that I was working in, I was saying that I was passionate about what I do. And I hope you're passionate about this too, because every single day new things come up. Every single day we wake up and say, what's going to be the next big thing that's going to affect us? You know, I rarely see accountants say, hey, let's see what fiscal miscellany I'm going to be dealing with today, you know? It's a kind of a square job. They're always doing the same. So we have this opportunity to innovate, to specialize, to have more experts in these areas of cybersecurity. It's an area of opportunity. These challenges will be surpassing our traditional threats, but they will also be based on what I'm doing already. If today I'm already applying cybersecurity playbooks, if I know what the surface of attack is, I know what I have to resolve from the endpoint to the periphery, know what I have to provide access to, what identities I have to work with, I will make it so that these technologies help me rather than hinder me. Yes, we will have more scalability and more complexity because of these technologies. And one of my biggest concerns are the data speed and volume, not just as a from the forensic point of view and the incident response point of view, but also from the fact that the more data I have within an organization, the more I will need to classify them, and users normally don't want to do that. And obviously, we also have the area of cryptography and privacy that we were already mentioning. Now, I'm not going to go into the legal nitty-gritty here, but I will make a very generic comment here. It's important for us to remember that we need to talk about data privacy when we're talking about these emerging technologies. We're going to have to talk about ethics and fair use. And in the area of ethics, we are dealing with a big problem, because something that might be ethical for me might be unethical for you, and vice versa. It happens everywhere. So how are we going to reach a general consensus to figure out what's fair and what isn't, and what's ethical and what isn't? And obviously, we have financial compliance, which is growing more and more important. We need to have anti-money laundering laws, know your client standards, especially for blockchain transactions connected to cryptocurrencies. So if I go back to what I'm doing, which is incident response and crisis management, I think when we're dealing with that, the big question is, how do I realize that there's an incident when I'm working with emergent technologies if I'm not monitoring IoT, if I'm not monitoring blockchain, if I see AI as a commodity and I'm not actually checking what's happening with the input and the output of AI? I'm not even going to go into cloud computing, but our first approach should be, how do I detect? So that then I can contain, monitor, recover, and detect these situations. However, no nation can do this on their own, and that's where international cooperation comes in. Cooperation between private sector, government, civil society, and academia, so that we may adopt these technologies and prevent bigger problems from happening. And there's one thing that I really loved, and is this idea that security is collective. We depend on supply chains, right? So whatever happens to my neighbor can affect me and can happen to me. So looking ahead, we need to integrate security and ethics in the design of new technologies. I think that's key. We also need to strengthen regional capacity so that we can be one step ahead from what's happening. We need to obviously foster modern regulatory frameworks, and I've talked about this with many of you. But I think that we can have a conversation between each other and find a common solution. We should also promote private-public alliances and foster the development of talent. I hope my presentation changed your outlook, not just from the perspective of cybersecurity, but also when an incident actually happens. Yes, it will happen, and remember, when I'm flying and when I'm taking off, something bad can happen. But I will do everything I need to do so that when I'm taking off, I'm actually taking off the land, I can go back home safe and sound. What are you guys doing so that when you are implementing something and you take off, you get home safe and sound? Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias por
Thank you very much for your presentation. We will now move to a break, and we will be back in about 20 minutes approximately. Thank you. See you in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning in just a few minutes. We have to connect to the streaming. We are back in the Cybersecurity Symposium of the OAS plus RICET, and now we are eager to welcome our next presenter about international legislation and AI in armed conflicts, interaction between AI and cybersecurity. He is the deputy head of the Law Subdivision of the NATO. He is Nick Bobma. We welcome him here on stage.
Recuerden que la
Do recall the presentation will take place in English in case you need interpreting into Spanish.
Yes, thank you very much. Very happy to be here, to be speaking today to the OAS Forum. My name is Nick Wopma, Lieutenant Colonel in the Dutch Armed Forces, but also Deputy Branch Head at the NATO Cooperative Cyber Defense Center of Excellence in Estonia, Tallinn. I'll be speaking today about, first of all, give you some context. What is the NATO CCDCOE? Because I'm sure everybody heard of NATO, but what a center of excellence is, maybe not. And then some of the projects that we are doing, I hope to give a little bit, provide some potential tools for you that are openly available on our website and that may help you in your cybersecurity practice as a practitioner, as a lawyer, as a decision maker, policy person. We have some tools for that. And then I will go into an example that takes AI, armed conflict, and cyber, and try to put that together, especially offensive cyber operations. Here's the layout. I think I said that already. So, what is a NATO Center of Excellence? You may have heard of it or not, but NATO has a command structure. That is not what a COE is. In Belgium, in Shape, there's the military headquarters and daily operations are run from ACO. Then in Norfolk, Virginia, there is ACT, Allied Command Transformation. That is a NATO, part of the NATO organization that looks at tomorrow. How do we want to grow as an organization? What are the lessons to be learned from the past? And part of that structure is 29 centers of excellence. Yes, that's not specifically a center of excellence is not specifically a NATO only entity because it's funded by nations and then other nations can join as a partner. And sometimes that's also not NATO nations that join. There are many COEs about a wide variety of topics, so civil military operations, cold weather training, and my center of excellence is about cyber defense. Just to show you, give you an idea, I apologize for the blue letters on the blue backing. This PowerPoint didn't always do what I wanted it to do. But the point is there's 29 different COEs spread out across the NATO territories. And I'm in Estonia. Our center is also, I don't want to say biggest, but has big participation of all the NATO member states joined, plus 8 more from outside of NATO. We have Japan is a contributing participant, South Korea, Switzerland, Ukraine, and they all form a part and have a representative in our Center of Excellence. So the Center of Excellence is built it has certain branches. I'm from the law branch, and we have our law projects. Ideally, there's also a technology branch, looking at technology things, a strategy branch, and an operations branch. And then we also provide education and training. We try to do exercises where everything comes together. But today I'll focus in on specifically the law topics because, well, law is a hot topic now, especially in combination with AI and armed conflict, which is what I will be focusing on. So, but saying law is many things. And don't worry, I won't talk about all the legal frameworks that are there. Our center is predominantly looking at international law. So the law that applies between states. How do states behave against one another? What are their responsibilities to one another in international law? How do human rights law apply, both during conflict and outside of conflict? And then also, what does the law of armed conflict or international humanitarian law? I'll use those two synonymously. So the law of armed conflict, how does it apply during conflict? And then our center specifically looks at that through the lens of cyber. Yeah, so how do cyber operations, how are they regulated by international law? I'm not looking at cybercrime, not looking at privacy. I mean, sometimes those aspects come back. Yeah, privacy is a human right, for example, but it's not the main topic. These are our ongoing projects of the law branch. Also, I'm not going to talk about all of them, but I will highlight a few that I think immediately can give dividends. But here are topics, yeah, what are legal aspects of data embassies? How do you deal with cyber volunteers? I heard in one of the previous talks this topic come up. What if you have people who are just very committed to a certain cause, go on their computer and start launching, you know, their own operations, or they are like volunteering for the armed forces, but from the comfort of their home? How do you deal with that? How can you incorporate that under international law, if possible at all? We have trainings, exercises, and research. I'll focus in on the research now. So how does international law apply to cyber operations? This is a question that already came in the early days of cyberspace. And one of our first projects was the Talent Manual, probably known to, I would estimate, many of you working in the field of international law and cyber. First, we had a Talent Manual that focused on the rules in armed conflict. How does cyber operations, how are they regulated under IHL, International Humanitarian Law? That evolved into a Talent Manual 2, which was released in 2017. I think that book made the most impact so far. It's a group of experts, international experts, that come together, talk about the classical concepts of international law, and then talk about the specificities of cyber. So when you're on your computer and you're hacking into another country's cyber infrastructure, would that be a breach of sovereignty, as it would be in the analog world? Or some nations might say, no, it needs to be an unlawful interference before it becomes unlawful, because we don't see a breach of sovereignty as a rule of international law. So it can get very into the nitty-gritty, and you'll see different opinions from different experts, usually phrased like, the majority of the group of experts found that sovereignty is a rule of international law. Another group found that it's not a rule, but just a principle. But they also talk about things like, what is an attack? Yeah, normally an attack in an armed conflict would mean damage, death, destruction, or injury before it can be an attack. But in cyber, that doesn't always manifest so clearly. It can be indirect effects, or it can be deletion of data, and some nations would say data should also be incorporated as part of that attack equation, and others say no, not now. Going on, starting with the award that our cyber toolkit has won. This is, the book is available online, but you do need to pay for it. But this is a free resource online. It's called the Cyber Law Toolkit. It can be found on cyberlaw.ccdcoe.org, and basically it is a database that has drawn inspiration from real-life events, things like election interference, criminal investigations, hacking of critical national infrastructure, cyber infrastructure. And it looks at those scenarios through a policy lens and a legal lens, and then gives analysis not just based on the academics that work on it, but also based on national positions from around the world. Yeah, many nations have given their national position on how does international law apply in cyberspace. So if we can, it's not my project, but you know, if Uruguay had made a statement on the cyber law applies such and so, it could be that it was integrated into those scenarios as well. So at least you can see what other countries are doing, which can be really helpful if you're working in the practice and you're trying to pick a direction to go as a country. Then recently this year we published a handbook on how to develop your own national cyber position as a country, because if as a state you say what you want, then it becomes clear what you want, and it will also become clear what are your boundaries. What do you accept and what don't you accept in international law? So the moment you take a position, things become clear. And if you have the position and other nations have the same position, it can become state practice that multiple states act this way. And it could also be that other states have not said anything, but because some states or a majority of states are doing it a certain way, that state practice becomes customary and can become customary law and even binding for states that haven't spoken out. So yeah, I think at the moment there were like 40 national positions on cyber and international law, but the African Union joined, so that's another 50 nations position. So I won't go into the nitty-gritty of national positions, but the handbook is also free, available for download. So much for the other projects. The link or the reason that I am here today is because I want to talk a bit about my project. It's a volume, an upcoming book that's done under CCDCOE and published by Oxford University Press. The academic lead is Professor Kubo Machak, former ICRC and teaching at Exeter University. And the book is about international law and AI in armed conflict. And then specifically focusing on AI and cyber, the interplay. So, of course, you can use AI in the physical level, but once you use AI in the cyber space level or in the logical layer, so to say, the effects can become exacerbated. They can, you know, you don't have the physical boundaries, but you can potentially have a global reach when you do cyber operations with AI. So it's an in-depth exploration of those legal dimensions of AI. It analyzes the transformative impact on warfare in international law, the center of gravity I just mentioned, and the book will examine how AI technologies are reshaping the battlefield through their applications in cyber operations. I would like to stand here and talk about all the different chapters that we have, but there is no time. I would like to talk about what does it mean, AI in armed conflict, and what are the impacts on international law, potentially? How does it work when you use AI in decision support systems? We all heard about Lavender and Gospel and targeting assisting systems. But have you ever talked about using AI in detention when managing prisoners of war or detainees in an armed conflict? How do you deal? You could use AI for dispersing humanitarian aid. And how does that work? Is it potentially it's better, or maybe there's biases in AI that will make it also have some legal and ethical implications? The use of deep fakes during warfare, doing information operations targeted at either the opponent's military or the civilian population. How far can you go when AI is involved? Digital supply chain. That chapter is particularly interesting. The book is not out yet. We're in the first draft phase, so I think next year it will be out. But the digital supply chain, that chapter goes to show that when you are developing your AI, it's basically also vulnerable throughout the whole supply chain. The moment you're developing it, it could be poisoned. The data could be of qualitatively inferior standard. Well, and the list goes on. Yeah, I will talk specifically about the cyber offense from here, but not after I say that the chapters are structured as such that on all these different topics, we try to first give the facts as we know them right now. So what is the status? Do we use AI in detention already? Not really, but where is it headed, and are there already plans? Then there will be an outlook of what does the law say about that right now, and then maybe the law will not be sufficient or it need to improve, and then there will be recommendations on how can you fill the gap if you can. I'll give you one conclusion that I saw in the drafts. I thought it was impressive. The writer said that restoring the friction of the human losing track of the growing automation process, whether through institutional procedures or technological design, it may be essential if legality is to survive in the age of automation. Yeah? He's basically saying that if the human is not in the loop, you may lose oversight over the process. And if you do that long enough and in many different topics, you kind of give it away. And you stand there with empty hands thinking, what can I do with the law if nobody is really responsible? The last part was my own paraphrasing. So offensive cyber and AI in conflict. I'll try to dissect this a little bit more to paint a clearer picture. So talk a bit about the information environment, about components of fighting power, and international law presumptions versus the reality of AI. And then I'll go on to the challenges that it brings to IHL, or the opportunities. Information. The information environment is as old as, since the dawn of humanity. When we have information, we learn. It helps us to make an informed decision, and it also helps us communicate. And we can even use that information to, go somewhere to get a goal we want to achieve. Here it's weaponized, but it can be used also positively, of course. Below you see a modified version of the so-called ODA loop. So first a human observe, then he or she starts to understand and can make at least an informed decision. From that decision to do something, you make a plan, and once you have the plan, you act. That's not just what a person does, but it's also what militaries can do. And one does it, and if the other does it faster than the other, then you can have an advantage over your opponent. Taking 1944, the end of World War II in Europe, at least as a starting point, back then you had geographic locations. On those geographic locations, you had military running around, but also civilians, the physical component, the human bodies, and the objects, human objects or any type of objects that may be in the way of the battlefield. And the cognitive dimension, the psyche. Everyone is blessed with the psyche, will, perception, and behavior. That can come on the singular level, but usually people are also connected in groups. There can be groups of people who share similar beliefs or culture. So if you take that to the battlefield,
Entonces, si llevamos esta información al campo de batalla, en el campo de batalla tenemos la doctrina militar.
you have the physical component, which means the people that are fighting, the military, the material, the soldiers that are fighting. You have the moral component, or the will to fight. Are we doing it for the right cause? How long does the moral component stay on your good side? Because if the moral component is not good enough, you may also lose the battle. And then you can have 1 million soldiers, but if they don't know how to fight together or don't have like common tactics, doctrine, that's the conceptual component of fighting power. And you can target all those components in order to win on the battlefield. Especially in 1944. As you can see, it's the humans who decide. They observe the battlefield, and then they understand the battlefield through this intelligence that they gather. They decide, and they decide here, for example, to launch D-Day because they knew the path was more or less as clear as it's going to get. Then moving on to cyberspace. So we had the 2 dimensions before. I'm adding some layers in there. First of all, the physical network infrastructure. This is a cybersecurity crowd, so I know you're with me here. But the physical network infrastructure, you need the hardware to make the rest run. There is the logical layer, the zeros and ones, the place where all the traffic goes and comes together through communication protocols and software. And then you have the digital human manifestations, or the virtual personas. Here it's exemplified by social media, but of course the imprints of humans go beyond just their social media endpoints. So, tada, cyberspace, new layers is added. We have now 3 dimensions. The virtual dimension is also a domain of operations. Cyber as a domain of operations. Not only can you target the physical dimension or the cognitive dimension, but you can also target the 3 layers that we saw before. This adds some things to the mix. We all know about cyber that there are some temporal differences. Things are immediately, things are global. The effects can be far-reaching and networked. So that adds layers, both on the battlefield, but also from the legal perspective. But still, at the end of the day, it's still the human that decides how we are gathering the intel that understands the intel packages through cyberspace and needs to make a decision based on that and orchestrate and act. And of course, because of the properties of that layer, it can be more difficult to see things like attribution or how does it work. An average commander does not know the ins and outs of a cyber operation on the hardware and software level, but he should be able to understand it and be able to, at the end of the day, justify himself in front of a competent court. I talked about temporal ambiguity. I talked about Italian manuals that help give explanations to rules of before, how to interpret them in cyberspace. Note, it's not law, it's just professors and their ideas, but it has become very influential, also for states who incorporate parts of those reasonings. Then a specific thing about cyberspace is the dual-use nature. Most of that layer is also used in the private sector. A lot of the knowledge that is used when you do a cyber operation, you can't really get around also dealing with the private companies who know way more about how it all works. How do you deal with that from a law perspective? Yeah, if you can't have civilians engage in your military operations, or at least not causing harm. They cannot directly participate in the hostilities. But if you are bound to private companies, how do you deal with it? How do you make sure that you're doing it in accordance with the law? Now enter the AI discussion. I saw that we already had some AI talks, and I will presume also some basic knowledge, but AI, even this picture I saw before today, but it has human-like cognitive functions. It can analyze, it can see data, it can understand it, and then translate that, and at the end of the day, it can suggest solutions for problems or even solve problems. It can learn and it can improve, and it doesn't need a specific program for every scenario. It could, over time, learn how to come up with better answers. And basically, it's automation. It automates processes and eliminates the need for humans to be involved in every detail. So when you used to have 12 intelligence guy going through, piles of papers, now you have automated intelligence sorting, like all the data is being sorted for you, and now instead of 12 operations, you can do hundreds, or there is one slide. No. You go from what was initially 50 targeting operations to now in the thousands. So it's truly a double-edged sword. The scalability of AI makes it that with the same cost, you can have so much more reach and have so much more productivity also on the battlefield. But at the same time, we're not talking about AI doing the accounting for you, but at the end of the day, we're talking about matters of life and death. How are we implementing this in our armed conflicts, and how far do we want to take that? So there are some pervasive issues with AI as well. Data is usually historic data. You take it from what you have, and then you use that data to think of the now and the future. But that data is always a little bit behind, and it can incorporate several biases that were in the old data sets that may not be true anymore, or may not be how we look at it or want to look at it. Also, the battlefield is dynamic, and AI is usually has a hard time to keep up with the dynamics of the battlefield when the data changes all the time. If you take old data, but then the new data changes in rapid paces, how do you keep it up? So when you're approving, for example, Article 36 of the Geneva Conventions requires state, whenever they use a new weapon, to test it and to make sure that it complies with IHL. But now if you have a cyber weapon software and then you add AI into the mix, you can check it once when you start it, but you actually need to do lifetime checks, because what it is today, it may not be during the conflict as the conflict evolves and when the data changes. AI comes with an opacity, so it's not easy. The so-called black box, you put things in, but you're not exactly sure what happens when it comes out. It can have hallucinations, so very, very is very convinced that he's saying the right thing, but actually it's gibberish that is coming out. Yeah, I talked about responsibility gaps, but if you're not sure what is happening inside that black box, but you are still the responsible commander, do you want to be responsible for something that you don't really understand? And if it keeps on doing not one decision, but expands and increases the scale, the commander may still be responsible, but it can't really be held responsible for everything, right? So that's what they call the responsibility gap. AI has a tendency to sycophant, or to say what he thinks you want to hear. I'm not sure if you can say that for every AI, but it's a thing that's recurring in AI that we know right now. And then there's things like poisoning of the data set. If you have garbage in, you get garbage out, but if you poison somebody else's data set, then the results can become wildly different. And it's not hard to imagine that one nation, if both are using AI, that you use your AI to try to poison the other's AI so that they can't use it anymore. And what happens then? Okay, moving from there. This was for cyberspace, but with AI, basically it can take over in all the different layers, of the ODA loop. Yeah, AI could observe for you, it could try to understand for you, make concept decisions or decisions for you, make battle plans, and even act upon them, especially if they're connected to all kinds of AI weapon systems, for example. Yes, so in potentially you will be super fast. You will be faster than your opponent, and maybe that means that you win. Yeah, but does it also, when the dust settles, that's how IHL came to be, when the dust settles, and you try to make peace, what's left that you want to govern? Those are just the questions. So IHL, the rules of war, what can be challenges? So the way that we made the additional protocols, but also the Geneva Conventions, it was written a long time ago with updates in 1977, for example, AP1. It has become customary law, so that means that it applies even if you didn't sign those treaties. It can be held against you in many cases. There are basic principles, like to distinct, you have to make sure that you're not targeting civilians. What you do has to be proportional, so your military aim needs to be in balance with any potential collateral damage or civilian damage. But the wording of the text is deliberately vague. It's basically expecting a human to look at all these things, like those who plan and decide upon an attack should do everything that is feasible, again, a legal term that's a bit vague, to verify the lawfulness of the target. They have to take all the feasible precautions in the choice of means and methods of attack, and have to refrain from deciding to launch an attack if the attack is disproportionate. That implies that if you're doing an attack and you know that it may be disproportionate, that you look at the means and the methods that you use, and then you, if you can, you also stop the attack if you know it's going to go wrong, if that's technologically possible. But that implies that usually a human is looking at it, making the decision or canceling the attack. If you have an AI do that for you, then is the question, can it regulate that? And I don't have the answer. Maybe that is technologically possible, but the law for surely does not seem to be written for it. So a food for thought, at least. So traditionally, when there is an attack, you know, the tank shoots at the other tank. You see who is doing it. A person in a uniform X is shooting at the person in uniform Y. There is attribution possible, and that's done in a certain chain of events. So the soldier falls under a general, and the general can also be responsible for taking a certain order or plan. And from that general, he's part of a state. The state can be held responsible for certain war crimes or atrocities that have been committed in its name. There's a clear human chain of command and responsibility. The distinction between physical objects and person is a lot more clear. Of course, it's not always clear, because when civilians are directly participating in hostilities, it can become murky, especially when they're not wearing uniforms. But generally, distinction is a lot easier. Yeah, proportionality, you have visuals on what's happening, and precaution, humans take the feasible precautions. They choose the means and the methods that they use. They choose the timing. Do we do it in the day? Do we do it in the evening? The angle of the shot. You get my drift. Yeah, it's a lot more easier to see who is doing it. But if you use AI in offensive cyber operations, it comes with additional challenges. The things that I just talked about, who has done it, attribution becomes very difficult because I know there's going to be technicians that can get a semblance of an idea of where it's coming from and how it was programmed, I guess. But given the amount of data that is processed by AI, it becomes very hard to get like the breadcrumb that leading back to the decision maker. And then, you have the one that presses the button, you have the commander that gave the order, and then you have the state that was behind it. And these are all opportunities for the state to deny or obfuscate its identity. The responsibility thing, I mentioned that humans are still responsible, but the opacity and the emergent AI behavior, they make the reconstruction and control very difficult, and they create a responsibility gap. Proportionality, it's nearly untraceable. Cascading, unbounded, and opaque effects make prediction of incidental civilian harm very uncertain, and AI may generate false precision. And the same for the principle of precaution. You can make precautions in the analog setting, but it's not necessarily true in the AI and OCO setting at the moment. So, yeah, I've written this down because I have some closing comments that as we stand at the intersection of artificial intelligence, cyber capability, and international law, we're not just navigating new technologies, we're testing the strength and the adaptability of the legal and ethical framework that define us. AI can enhance decision-making, but it can also obscure responsibility. It can help protect civilian lives, or, if misused, erode the very distinction between combatant and non-combatant. What matters most is not how advanced the system is, but how grounded we remain in our legal obligations and moral judgments. So the real danger is that we are deploying tools faster than we are building guardrails. And whether it is targeting systems or the difficulties of cyber attribution, the law still applies. But we should have the will and the clarity to apply it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick, for your presentation. En el próximo...
In our next panel, we're going to be talking about cyberspace, crime and defense. We'll continue along the same lines. We have Pedro Fontoura, that is the works in defense and cybersecurity in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Brazil, that will be moderating the panel. Okay, so everything is ready for our next panel. Sir, the floor is yours. Hello, good morning everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, to be part of this panel. And we'll be talking about very relevant topics and very complex topics that are closely connected, but they also have additional complexities. Cyber defense and cyber crime are two aspects that are connected. We're going to be addressing these issues. Also, threat analysis, technology innovations, strategies, international cooperation. But before that, I would like to make a comment to provide you with some context about this. Since defense and crime in cyberspace are two areas that are addressed in different ways at international and national level. However, in practice, we see that the borders between these two aspects are sometimes blurry and difficult to identify. Some cyber attacks that started as ransomware or service denial, then they became coordinated attacks against critical infrastructure or essential services. And these may have significant impact. So to go deeper into these debates and better understand cyber threats in the region, I would like to invite 3 panelists, and what they have in common is that what's important about, relevant about them is they are coming from different sectors. So we start with Isaac Morales, that is the works on cybersecurity from CICTE Consulting.
También quisiera invitar para acompañarnos Winston Rodriguez.
Then we have Winston Rodriguez, that is works in the cybercrime units in the Ministry of the Interior in Uruguay. Brian Fonseca, Director of the FIU.
Bueno, quisiera arrancar con el
I would like to start with the cyber threats at international level. I will switch to English so that we can start with Brian.
with you. So I'd like to know, how do you assess the current cyber threat landscape in our region, and what do you consider the most significant threats we have?
Thanks so much, Pedro, and thanks so much for the opportunity to be here. Of course, I have to give the OAS a shout out. They do this every year, and it's such an incredible event. And of course, you can't say the OAS without saying Carrie Ann Barrett. I don't know if she's in the room. David, the team at the OAS has been incredible to continue to keep conversations like this going in really meaningful ways. So thank you. And Pedro, thank you for your thought leadership on putting this together. So much has been discussed already, but I'll maybe highlight 4 things that I've heard throughout the morning that I think are absolutely part of the threat landscape in cyber. And I'm looking at Renee right here in the front, and I'd be remiss to not start with sort of this theme between cyber and space. Space is no longer a largely simply scientific venture anymore. This is increasingly a commercial, geopolitical, and militarized domain. And I think the scene between space and cyber is going to become increasingly more complex. If we think about the role that satellites play in managing the complex battlefield today with AI, and the fact that nations are moving away from sort of kinetic attacks on satellites with anti-satellite weapon systems, cyber is going to become one of the more prolific themes in which nations leverage cyberspace as a domain to outcompete in space. And so I think that's number one. I think that's increasingly emerging against the context of not just sort of evolving space, but AI and, of course, the increased sophistication in cyber. I think the second thing that I heard this morning, and I think it was Paolo that was referencing it, is sort of the expansion of criminal enterprises. So you go from defense over to crime. You're talking about, sort of the rapid evolution of things like, cyber as a service. So I mean, if you're talking about ransomware as a service, the complexity in which criminal organizations are now making the barriers to moving into crime so low because of the service element and the way that that's evolving, I think is also posing an incredible threat. In fact, we've even seen recent cases in the United States where service providers of ransomware were attacking other service providers of ransomware. And so it's an incredibly complex space right now. Third is sort of the nation state domain, in which, again, this was brought up a few times already this morning, the complexity of how nation states are leveraging sponsored and sort of state-sponsored, themselves directly or state-sponsored, cyber elements in order to, again, outcompete, in order to, advance their own respective interests, whether that's leveraging cyber in the context of intelligence or espionage, which we're seeing, quite often in places like Ukraine. Nations are leveraging not only their capability, but their ability to contract capability that gives them a degree of attribution and then gives them the capacity to, again, I think, go even more impactful in this below the threshold of war, hybrid domain of where nations are fighting today. I think that's 3. I think 4, and I think this is particularly important for our hemisphere, and that is the challenges to critical infrastructure. I think the cyber threat itself continues to evolve fast, and nations are still working through how they protect their own critical infrastructure in this evolving domain. And in some cases, you have incredibly outdated infrastructure. And in some small places, you have like highly sophisticated, interconnected cities, which again draws this really vast, complex cyber theater in which, again, we're seeing criminal organizations and nation states sort of attacking those vulnerabilities. So I'll point out those 4, and I'll stop there, Pedro.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. Has mencionado ahí
You have mentioned some pretty complex points, like the cyberspace becoming a military domain, how industries are involved in these kind of attacks, like ransomware as a service, among others, the increase of actions sponsored by states. So all those things show a very complex scenario. I would like to know, Winston, I have the same question for you. From your standpoint, what is your assessment of the current cyber threat scenario in the region? Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invite, for having me. It's a pleasure to be here today. My perspective is closely connected to the police force, right? So our everyday activities through the lens of the Uruguayan National Police. Cyber threats have increased significantly. There was an before and after in the pandemic. The pandemic taught us to, work from home, to use social media, to increase the number of money transfer. It was very beneficial for society, but it also was very good for cyber criminals. Cyber criminals found in the pandemic fertile soil for their operations. In 2023, Agesic published some statistics, and the average was 5,000 incidents in the country. In 2024, it went up to almost 15,000 incidents. The Ministry of the Interior in Uruguay published at the beginning of the year some statistics when electronic fraud increased 2,000% in Uruguay. And I believe this is a consequence not only of the pandemic, but also the fact that in Uruguay we have very good digital education levels. Connectivity is very, very good all over the country. Technology is our third exporting area. We have Ceibal Plan. Almost all our children in Uruguay, they have a tablet and a computer, and they have classes in person and online. So during the pandemic, there was no impact in education. Our country's economy, in a way, is very stable. So even though these are factors that are very positive for our country, they are also fertile ground for cyber criminals to operate in the country. Agesic's director, I remember, mentioned this in an event we attended together. He said that most of crimes that are committed today, most of the crimes that take place today are in a way connected to cybercrime. So if I had to mention the current threats in the country, it could be electronic fraud. That is very, very important. Then IT incidents, and then all those things connected to AI. Okay, cyber threats that you have identified, yeah, they are very common in Brazil. We face similar problems. They increased after the pandemic, especially in Brazil, where we share the same challenges in Uruguay. The fact that our population is connectivity is very, very high in our country. Well, it happened that in the pandemic, before the pandemic, we had a prototype of cyber criminal that was just a person sitting at his computer desk. But today we have full organizations that work in this. So now we have organizations or organized crime organizations that have changed their modus operandi and now are focused on electronic fraud and implementing or carrying out these operations is very cheap for them. So in a way that allows organized crime organizations to make profit in a very easy way. So now, Isaac Morales, the floor is yours. Can you tell us a little bit about main threats that you have identified? Yes, of course. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the invitation. Thanks for having me. And I think that we should celebrate having an event like this. It's amazing to see the evolution of these exchanges and how we have increased the number of stakeholders from different sectors, expertise levels, and all the participants that we have today here with us. I'm very happy to have this event in Uruguay. So I believe that what we see today when it comes to threats in the region, I should start by admitting there are few challenges at international level that are shared by all jurisdictions. And cyber threats are shared by all nations.
At one point, climate change led to building a framework to deal with this challenge and recognize it. Before that, we had the topics pertaining to terrorism and terrorist crimes, but I think today we are looking at a common global expression that shows that regardless of the jurisdiction, the kinds of stakeholders and threats that we are dealing with have a global scope. So I would add to the things that you have said 3 more points. First and foremost, I would talk about how serious these crimes are. Within the continent, as was mentioned yesterday and today in the morning, we see more and more attacks and operations that are growing in their seriousness, with a scope that doesn't just cover one organization, but the entire chain connected to that organization. Second, they're growing more sophisticated. Today, it is becoming harder and harder, and it is an additional challenge, not just to prevent these crimes, but actually mitigate them and recover from the different kinds of attacks that we are dealing with. And especially, I would like to mention here the ransomware epidemic, because as data shows and as statistics from the big companies show and from the entire sector that is devoted to mitigating these threats show, we're not just dealing with an epidemic in number, but also in terms of the sophistication of the ransomware and in terms of how it is injected into our organizations and how it can then be decrypted. And then, of course, we have the complexity of the illicit market that surrounds this ransomware epidemic, which today, in addition, within our region, across the continent of Latin America and the Caribbean, it's not just targeting the big companies as we thought it would, or the big banks, but it's also attacking mid-sized and small companies from different sectors. So we're not just looking at the financial sector or the government sector that is being hard hit, but all the sectors are being hit. Especially those companies that don't have millions of dollars to fight against this. And many times, these companies become targets just to prove a point. Apart from the seriousness and the sophistication of these attacks, I would mention that they are also multidimensional. The threats are multidimensional. Many years ago, when we got together, we mostly were thinking about the tech surface and about how the surface of attack would grow. Today, that surface of attack, I would say, actually has a real impact on financial resources, even human resources. And many a times when we are seeing attacks against critical infrastructure, this has an impact on the health care of people, on water management, or on the safety of nuclear facilities even. So we need to consider how multidimensional these attacks are. Not just when they are large attacks against critical infrastructure, but also when they are attacking the everyday operations of corporations, because they also have an impact on their basic operations and reputations. And out of all of this, I would like to highlight that the region is becoming the target of advanced persistent actors. These are organizations that many times have the support of other states, and they seek to target states through influence operations many times, affecting the integrity of the information of those states. I think you mentioned several points that I would like to delve deeper into. You spoke about the growing sophistication of the methods used by criminals, for example, but I want to go back to something that you mentioned at the beginning of your comments when you spoke about the fact that cybersecurity, cybercrimes, and cyber defense are matters that pertain to all of our countries, and that is why we need to cooperate at the international level and establish international frameworks. There are standards and regulations that apply to cybercrime, to topics connected to cyber defense and the behavior of states. In the previous panel, actually, we spoke about the Budapest Convention, the Hanoi Convention that will be entered into and ratified next Saturday. And these are binding agreements that promote the cooperation between states to combat cybercrime. Now, if we are talking about international peace and safety, the situation grows more complex, I would say, because we know how to apply international law to cyberspace. The UN is promoting this. We have the international human rights law. We have 11 voluntary regulations for the responsible behavior of the states within the cyberspace, but there are no binding agreements for that. So the scenario grows complex. I'll switch to English now.
The discussion, because I would like to ask you regarding this international framework, as just mentioned, how do you assess it? In your view, is it sufficient? And what are the main shortcomings?
It's a great question. And of course, as you laid out, whether it's Budapest or Hanoi, I think the big challenge remains the fragmentation, but more importantly, the capability and the enforcement mechanisms that these frameworks produce. That's the bigger challenge, right? I think there could be a universal set of sort of guideposts that nations, think through and implement, but when it comes down to sort of the adoption and more importantly, the enforcement, I still see a lot of these frameworks not quite getting it done in terms of being able to take a sort of global approach to combating cyber. And so I see those as the biggest two limitations of the frameworks. Again, I think there's, it's not this suggests that the frameworks aren't needed. These are empowering nations to start thinking meaningfully about where cyber is going. That's to suggest that we need sort of some degree of global, global agreement on how nations address these issues. But when it comes down to the individual nations' capabilities to do so, that's when you start to get this big gap between those that have the capabilities that don't have the capabilities. And then, of course, I still think the frameworks lack a lot of enforcement mechanisms.
Sì, Estoy de acuerdo y quisiera también plantearle la misma pregunta a Winston.
I agree. I would also like to ask Winston about this. How do you think the implementation of these frameworks works, and what are its main limitations? So in August of last year, we created the first cybercrime law in this country, and we enacted it. It includes 8 crimes. We adhere to the Budapest Agreement. We were discussing whether or not to enter into the Hanoi Agreement as well, but we took them as a basis for this new law that we enacted. So I think that these frameworks are beneficial because they enable us to, and they enable the entire ecosystem that focuses on cybercrime to rest assured when we are prosecuting these crimes, because there's something that we can fall back on. However, I think we are running 2 steps behind crimes. So anytime we enter into an agreement or we enact a regulation, we're still behind crimes. But at the very least, we have something to fall back on. It's better to have something than have nothing. And as my colleague over here was saying, they are helpful. And I think they will be extremely helpful, especially because they help us build new work mechanisms and new processes. They share ways for us to preserve digital evidence and share it with other countries, and share a common language as we're communicating with other countries when we're prosecuting these crimes. I think it'll be helpful. Thank you. Isaac, same question for you as well. Thank you for the question. I think it's a key question for the discussion that we're having. And I want to go back to something you said, because yes, there is no single framework. There is no one single cyberspace or cyber defense or cybersecurity convention that is universal and which all the states in the world are members of, but there are principles. There are principles that have been around, that even the General Assembly of the United Nations has been promoting, but the problem is, how do we enforce them? And one way of enforcing them is affirming that international law applies to cyberspace. That statement is resounding because it goes to show that we have a legal framework that was not created for the cyberspace but can be applied to activities carried out within the cyberspace. And I think that gives us ample room to figure out how, either through the agreement against organized cybercrime or agreements against terrorism, or any agreement that has to do with anti-money laundering or terrorism funding, we can articulate cooperation actions at the international level that seek to combat cybercrimes. We can use these frameworks. We can definitely use them. And I think that's important for us to recognize. And in light of what I'm saying, I think we should realize that not every new technology calls for having a new regulation. I mean, I think we're racing to try and have a convention against, I don't know, cyberspace, another for cybercrime, and then we're racing to have an agreement or a unified convention against the hostile or negative uses of AI. But then we're focusing on quantum computing, and then this new emerging technology and this other ones, like the ones that were mentioned previously. And I don't think we necessarily need to deal with those threats by decree. I mean, a threat doesn't disappear just because we have a law that tries to regulate it or prevent it. The threats disappear because we actually implement coordinated actions through international cooperation, which is enabled by these big international law frameworks. I do agree that these frameworks are not sufficient, but they do establish necessary guidelines. And we can find, using those guidelines, tools to carry out more cooperation actions. Yes, without a shadow of a doubt, I agree with what you said. And although they might not be sufficient, they have evolved, especially since we first started talking about this topic. especially since the General Assembly started discussing this in 1998 out of Russia's initiative. From that moment onwards, we made progress. We had the creation of the government experts group as of 2003. We recognize the application of international law to cyberspace. Voluntary regulations were then adopted, and we also made progress in our region, for example, with the Inter-American Strategy for Cybersecurity that has been enacted since 2004, which has fostered the exchange of information, the exchange of good practices, the sharing of trainings, cooperation for the response to cyber incidents, measures to foster trust, and so on and so forth. In addition to this, we have seen an increase in the participation of other stakeholders in the discussion, because this is not a discussion that is only limited to states. We need to have multi-sectoral participation engaging governments, the private sector, civil society, and academia. They have all contributed and will continue contributing to the discussion.
To also include Brian, and moving forward our discussions, I'd like to ask you, in what ways can international cooperation enhance measures to address international cyber threats? And if you could also comment your views on the role that different stakeholders play in this context.
No, it's a great question. I think, and you started to allude to this multi-stakeholder environment, which I think is really important. You know, you think about things like internet governance, there's been traditionally two poles, a state-centric approach and then sort of a multi-stakeholder approach. And I think, and I believe strongly in the multi-stakeholder approach, in which this is an issue that demands, you know, the attention of governments. It demands the support of civil society. It begs for more academia to be part of the broader solution set, whether that's the research side or the workforce or capital, human capital side. Then, of course, you have the private sector and their roles in terms of, you know, kind of advancing the discourse as well. And so I think, and I think there was a chart earlier that one of the keynote speakers had that sort of had those four dimensions of different stakeholders. And I think that was spot on. I think that is where, you know, kind of the convergence of those four elements are fundamental in terms of a holistic approach to how, you know, we, not as a nation, but as a global community, address the broader, you know, evolving cyber landscape. And you asked me to touch on what each of those do. I think that in many ways, states are to set the rules of the game, right? Set the guideposts. They don't necessarily need to be sort of the controlling function in all of it, but I do think, you know, they have the opportunity to set the guideposts. I think universities become sort of spaces. I'm going to shamelessly plug my university, Florida International University in Miami, in which we play a really important role in capacity building. We play an important role in human capital, in producing talent. We know that the workforce gap is real. We know that, you know, there are hundreds of thousands of vacant cyber positions because the threat, the attack surface is evolving faster than we can produce talent to go in and help address these areas. And so I think whether it's a research, a convening, or a human capital, you know, sort of talent development role, that's fundamental for universities. You know, civil society is really important. I've heard the word ethics come up throughout the day. This is an area where civil society sort of excels in terms of pushing issues of privacy and ethics to the forefront of discourse, so that governments take that into account, so that universities build that into their ecosystems. And of course, the private sector is well known for its role in terms of continuing to kind of move the needle forward. But they're no longer just sort of proliferators of technology. They're also, massive, vulnerable, organizations that are now being threatened by the same technologies they've often proliferated. But I think if you coalesce around those four, I think there's a recipe there that gets us closer to a global, more harmonized approach to cyber, in addition to the frameworks and the things that we talked about earlier.
Sin duda. De hecho,
yes, I agree. Having all of these stakeholders at the table is essential if we want to move forward with our agendas. In Brazil, we have the internet governance model, which is a multi-stakeholder system. And for cybersecurity, we have a committee that includes the government, academia, and civil society that seeks to push forward the agenda for cybersecurity. Of course, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is participating there because we need to foster international cooperation as well. So along those lines, Winston, I would like to know, how does international cooperation help you deal with cyber threats, and what are the roles that you see for the different stakeholders? I think Andres Velázquez also mentioned this in the previous panel, but I wanna go back to what he said and to what Brian said in terms of how important it is for us to foster cooperation within our country and outside the bounds of our country as well. We need to exchange information, have a system to share early alerts. I don't know if any of you here are in law enforcement or work within law enforcement, but I think we need to have safe platforms to monitor the crimes so that countries like mine that are here in the south can be alert to certain crimes that are happening in the north. I don't know if you've studied the idea of crime moving across the continent, but many times the crime begins in the north, and little by little those organizations start shifting and moving to the south. So if those criminals get to Uruguay, and we have previously studied the way in which they operated, and we have been alerted to their crimes, we can lower the statistics for their crimes actually. Now, in terms of cooperation, obviously we work with big law enforcement agencies like Interpol. We have great cooperation at the international level with them. That helps us a lot. Thank you very much. And now, Isaac, same question. What's your take on the role of international cooperation and the participation of multiple stakeholders? I also agree with my colleagues over here. I think international cooperation is a given if we are approaching cybersecurity and AI and any other emerging technology for that matter. I also think it's at the basis of us understanding that the challenges that we are facing are global challenges. I also think it's important for us to have a more mature system for international cooperation. I think we have mechanisms, very mature mechanisms for international dialogue, to share policies and discuss strategic visions in terms of where we should be going and in terms of regulation and technologies. But when we are working on the ground and when we're trying to implement things, perhaps we don't know that much about what's happening. We have the case of CICTE America, which is a case that has been quoted several times, and that's a great example about progress on site. A lot of measures have been taken to improve trust, like the so-called CBMs, which are an expression of international cooperation. And I think it's worthwhile to mention that those measures to foster trust were first geared towards building trust between states. But I think today, when we're dealing with the cyberspace, I think they can also be used to improve cooperation, understanding, and trust between the stakeholders, not just at the level of states, but also between the government and the private sector, and between academia and civil society, and private sector, and so on and so forth, you know? I think we need to build trust between all those stakeholders. And if we look at the things that are being implemented on an everyday basis by all of these stakeholders, and they discuss them, we will be able to identify measures and implement measures to foster trust, not from the top down, but rather from the bottom up. Because there are many measures that are happening on an everyday basis that could then be implemented at the higher level, right? So it's like a two-way street. We need to implement things from the bottom up as well as from the top down. And another thing that I think would be very useful would be to further encourage what we know is already a standard, which are the so-called tabletop exercise. You know, those workshops where we are doing concrete crisis simulations. I think they're great practices and examples in Brazil and across the region for these kinds of national exercises that have been very much focused on sectors. You know, the armed forces have their own tabletop exercises, law enforcement have their own, but maybe we should bring them all to the table in the exercise. Bring big corporations into the exercise, bring banks into the exercise. If we do that, I think we'll get a clear idea as to how international cooperation and sectoral cooperation can help us build better evidence and give us more elements so that we can respond better and faster to cyber threats.
I want to add one, and I think we're sort of hinting at it also in sort of the four that I referenced. One of the most important that I sort of didn't allude to was the role of multilateral organizations, non-governmental organizations. I mean, we're here as a product of the Organization of American States and its convening power to bring the hemisphere together to have really thorough conversations on this issue. And so I think the multilateral organizations have profound, important roles in terms of convening and ensuring sort of capacity building, the sharing of knowledge across nations. And so I didn't want to go without mentioning, again, the multilateral and sort of reinforcing the role of multilateral and non-governmental organizations.
Sí, claro.
Yes, just to finish, I would like to mention a couple of things that you said. These tabletop exercises that you mentioned are great. We actually had wonderful experiences in Brazil. We organized an exercise this September on cyber warfare. It brought together hundreds of people from the private sector, ministries, academia, and civil society, and we basically analyzed cyber threats, different cyber threat scenarios, and come up with possible answers and responses. It was an exercise that fostered a great debate about how to improve our legislation. In this exercise in particular, we brought our military attachés from different embassies in Brazil, so we also fostered international cooperation there. You also spoke about the role of multilateral organizations and about the need to build trust. Well, this is a discussion that has already been on the table for a long time in the United Nations and in the working groups. The OAS also has a working group about that as well. And I think this is becoming more and more important, especially if we take into account the disruptive technologies that we're working with. And I want to move the debate in that direction now. Some of the panels spoke about AI, and AI could be a threat. It also has a great potential to help us, but it also leads to a discussion about balancing power. And I'm going to switch to English now.
In light of this current scenario of the artificial intelligence, do you believe that artificial intelligence is just it's mainly a threat, or innovations in artificial intelligence could be deployed to anticipate and effectively respond to digital threats? I mean, it could also be a threat, but it also could be a positive tool to tackle these challenges. Please, Brian.
I think that's the answer. You answered it. That's exactly right. I mean, it's not sort of future. That's where we're at right now. AI is being deployed in both an offensive and defensive capacity. And, you know, again, if you look at the United States right now, we probably have a workforce shortage of close to 700,000 people. That means we have 700,000 open positions in the United States in the area of cyber. And it's going to be virtually impossible to fill that with human capital. And so a lot of organizations are leaning towards incorporating artificial intelligence as a means of helping address the shortage in terms of the gap. So I'll say just a few words about offense and defense. So right now, AI is being used on offense. And what do we mean by offense? That means that whether you're a nation state or you're a criminal actor, you're leveraging AI to sort of have automated phishing, for example, attacks, or automated social engineering. You're leveraging AI to go attack other systems' AI in sort of an adversarial AI context. You're leveraging AI to sort of exploit systems automatically. In other words, the AI is determining at what time and in what space should the attack, the exploit take place. And so on offense, whether it's criminal organizations, nation states are leveraging AI already in sort of an offensive cyber context. On defense, which is where I think it's really exciting, is sort of a lot of profound evolution in terms of leveraging AI to do things like penetration testing. So there's a discussion in the United States. Is penetration testing a career of the future? Or is that career pretty much gone because machines are now testing systems? You have AI in sort of the context of insider threat, doing behavioral analysis. I mean, you can leverage AI to determine if people in your organization are doing things that maybe are outside of the norm, or they're accessing systems they don't necessarily need. And so it may flag things like insider threats. And then, of course, you have AI on the, the ability to automatically patch systems, AI in the incident response, early phases of incident response. And so that's a long answer to say what you said up front is absolutely right. AI is already being deployed in both an offense and defensive context, and it's going to get even more sophisticated. And I think where we're going is this challenge where systems like AI, adversarial AI, AI against AI, right? AI is trying to exploit a system, while at the same time, AI is trying to defend that against that exploit. And so I think that's sort of where it's evolving to rapidly now.
Es muy interesante escuchar ahí todo.
It's great to hear all those examples that you mentioned about how AI is being leveraged either for the offense or the defense. But now I want to hear from Winston and his vision about this point in terms of how AI can be leveraged to efficiently respond to digital threats. Well, Uruguay has a national AI initiative that was approved in November 2024. And your question is a great question. I fully agree with what Brian was saying in that, yes, AI is a great tool when we are working within our organizations, but as a tool, it can also be a big headache. Because, just like Brian said, cyber crimes and criminal organizations are using AI more and more to improve their crimes and their criminal organizations. You know that email that you got in the past that was very clear to you was phishing? Because the way in which it was written was very obvious. That doesn't happen anymore because the criminals can ask AI to write the email, but make it tailor-made so that you can speak like someone in Uruguay or Argentina. And so they set things up and set that email so that it sounds like it comes from a bank in my country. And that's how people end up falling for phishing emails. So yes, AI is a great tool. I think it'll be a pain in the neck for law enforcement and for many organizations, but we can combat that AI using AI, like Ryan was saying. It is a beautiful challenge, and thank you for the question, because really it was interesting, and it made us, I think all of us, think about how would we answer it. So thank you, congratulations for it.
Isaac, quisiera también.
Isaac, I would like to know about your contributions. Well, I think that we have addressed this topic in a very comprehensive way. We have talked about different elements connected with this. So we need to have a look at this from two perspectives. So the use that we can make of AI and also the challenges associated. This is a double-edged sword. Because we can use several AIs, we have learned that we should differentiate the type of language that we have and the kind of AIs that we have and how they interact between them. For topics connected to biometrics, processing, for police forces and armies, and at the same time, how criminals and criminal organizations are constantly improving and including these tools and also taking part in the illicit market of AI. I believe that when we talk about AI agents, it's something that is increasing, that has evolved, and I think that these organizations will be using a more frequent use of these agents. it's not about to concentrate all our tools on AI, but just for some specific actions. And among those specific actions, I think that we will need to focus on specific controls. What we see today on AI is about specific activities and accurate controls for those specific actions. Lastly, I would like to mention I think that more than a threat is a challenge is the interoperability between the different AI languages. Some organizations have faced challenges connected to lack of information between systems or lack of information between languages. And the result of that can be interruptions, incidents, that even though these are not hostile incidents, they do have a negative impact and serious damage to critical infrastructure or national security. So I think that we need to mature factors connected to interoperability between different AIs, and that is something that we will have to focus on the future. There's no question about that. This is a very relevant point. We have covered different points, challenges, difficulties, but there are also good news because we can avoid bigger problems. Since we are wrapping up, we are running out of time, I would like to invite you for your final remarks.
Our time is getting to the end.
No, I mean, again, I thought this was a really thoughtful conversation, and I appreciate having the opportunity to share the panel with my colleagues here. One of the questions that I think you raised in an earlier discussion that we didn't touch on, that I'll just simply touch on because I think it's important, is sort of the ethical dimension of cyber and things like privacy. We talked earlier about security by design, but there's also privacy by design. There's the earlier Winston talked about the post-pandemic environment in which cyber crime grew. Well, the post-pandemic environment also showed the incredible digital divide, in which there were so many countries around the world that kids went in homes and could not connect because that digital divide was real. And I think that is part of the challenge going forward as we continue to try to outpace the evolution of technology. We have to be careful that we don't leave too many communities or try not to leave communities behind in this digital divide, because I think that's going to continue to be exacerbated in serious ways. So I'll use my last comment to reference the ethical dimension, because I think that whether it's transparency, privacy by design, or the digital divide, those are really important ethical questions that I think we have to grapple with for any framework to be effective, for any legal environment in which we're operating to be effective, whether that's at the national level or the global level. And so I think those things have to be very importantly woven into the discussion.
Estoy totalmente de acuerdo.
I fully agree with that, about that digital gap that you mentioned, not only within our countries, but also between our countries, and that is a very important topic for Brazil, and also privacy and respect of human rights, and that is something that in Brazil we are very concerned about. We have, since 2013, we have supported, together with Germany, a resolution about the right to privacy in the online world and the application of human rights in cyberspace. And we have also worked so that the Hanoi Convention that will be signed next Saturday, that they also covered fundamental freedoms of human rights. That is a fundamental component. Winston, any final remarks? First of all, I would like to thank you for moderating this panel, and secondly, I would like to celebrate that UN agreement. As Isaac mentioned today, it is fundamental to act quickly for us, investigators. That means that we can improve our performance, being able to block funds or freeze funds in other countries, having digital evidence so that then we can use it later. I celebrate having that UN agreement. I hope you have enjoyed your time here in Uruguay. Have a safe flight back home. Safe flight back home, and hope you enjoy the rest of your stay. Thank you. Isaac, your final remarks. Well, thank you. And I can tell you that we really enjoyed our time here in your country. I think that I would like to mention some things about the topics that we address here. We should remember that in each cyberspace, on each digital platform, on each cyber platform, within the context that we call cybersecurity, we have physical infrastructure behind. Infrastructure that is satellites, data centers, and those are located in specific jurisdiction. If we cannot see any borders in cyberspace, when it comes to infrastructure and telecommunications and critical infrastructure connected to all this, we do have jurisdictions. And I think that this is relevant because when we are addressing new topics, when we consider the risks for each of these sectors, they should not distract us from the fact or from those things that we need to protect, the core that we need to protect as a society, as a government, as a private company, or as the civil society. We need to protect that core. And the same can be said about AI. Behind each AI or behind each AI agent, we do have human intelligence. And we need to take into account that it's that human intelligence, the one that allows us to make the right use of technology and to increase cooperation in all these areas. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you all for sharing all this information. Thank you for your reflections and the discussion about these very relevant topics. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Pedro, a ti también.
Thank you very much, Pedro, for moderating this panel. Thank you. Now let's get everything arranged for our next presentation. And this is our last presentation of the symposium. Let's turn on the lights so that we can okay, let's turn on the lights so that we can take some pictures, and then we'll move on to our next presentation.
Muy bien. Seguimos. Perfecto. Bueno, tenemos un caso de estudio que es...
We have a study case that has to do with cyber investigations for the future. It will be by Adrián Acosta, the chief of the technical team of cybercrime, federal police from Argentina, president of the working group of the Americas, of the Interpol Americas.
Gracias a los fans.
Thank you. I would like to thank all my fans. Good morning. I'm Adrián Acosta. I work at the police force in Argentina. I'm a systems engineer, and I'm currently working or leading the cybercrime department for the federal police. I'm the chief coordinator for the cyber synergies, gathering the 5 federal forces. I'm the president of the working group of Interpol for the Americas, the cybercrime unit. I'm also a member of the Sivena network, and all those positions for the same salary. Can you imagine that? And I also teach at the National University Camilo Ortiz in the first bachelor's degree on cybersecurity in Argentina, and I teach criminal investigations and cybercrime. I do get another salary for that. So I would like to thank the OAS, the cybersecurity program, for having me today. I would like to thank Uruguay for hosting this symposium. Okay, it's not easy, you know, when you're making a presentation. It's not. If it is too early, people are kind of sleepy. If it is late in the morning before lunch, people just feel like running away. Okay, don't run away, okay? Just stay here. I know you're hungry, but just wait. In the afternoon, it's also difficult, not to mention if you're late in the afternoon. It's always complicated, right? But I'll do my best. So to talk about investigation and what's going to happen in the future, taking into account these new trends, speakers are talking about AI, the future, and the thing is that we don't know what's going to happen in the future, but we are trying to better understand it. We have new challenges when it comes to investigations. And crime is changing from the physical world to the cyberspace, because we are changing the way we live, and societies are changing the way they live. Sorry for the interpreters, I'm Argentinian. I cannot help it. I rush through things. So criminals are constantly changing, evolving, because we all do. How many of you are using cash now? And probably most of you are just using the digital world, right? Debit card and credit cards, e-wallets. In Argentina, we had Mercado Pago, that is a very successful project. We pay everything using Mercado Pago. So everything, even vendors in the streets, they could use it. Okay? Everybody uses Mercado Pago. The tip for the waiter, waitress is also through Mercado Pago. We don't have now cash anymore. And because of that, imagine old school criminals waiting for people to leave the bank with cash. They are out of opportunities now. There are no clients anymore. Nobody has cash anymore. So now the new world for them, where are all the opportunities? In the cyber world. Now you should go to the cyberspace to, in a way, try to find vulnerabilities so that they can steal or to mug them, but in the cyber world, of course. Because cybercrime, most of it, basically it is an activity for profit, right? They want to have a picture, a photo of the victim, or when the victim is naked, and try to get money for that information. A video, anything can be. To have access to your WhatsApp, and in a way, try to, I don't know, end up selling dollars, and then some contacts will ask you for money that you never offered. So there are different techniques, and they are getting better and better. This is a piece of news. Sometimes journalists lie, but sometimes they don't. I don't know if we have some journalists in the room. This is from October 17th this year, right? Just a week ago. And it says, cybercrime is the third economy in the world, and it can have significant impacts in Latin America. You can just check this out.
No tomé bien la captura, quiero decir. Pero habla de que después de Estados Unidos
This is about that after the US and China, cybercrime is the third global economy.
esta noticia salió en Infobae,
This was published in Infobae, Ámbito Financiero, several newspapers in Argentina.
entonces están hablando y por qué golpea
And why is it that this activity can have a negative impact, significant impact on Latin America? Because we lack experts on cybersecurity, on investigations for cybercrime. And remember, these are two different things. Cybersecurity is proactive and cybercrime is reactive. Even though we want to be proactive, we want to change the way in which we work. But that is part of this vision, right? This cybercrime has an impact on countries' economies, on companies' economies, and they have an impact on people and children. It has an impact on teenagers. So cybercrime affects us all. All age groups are affected, all countries, all companies are affected. And within this ecosystem, we do have hacktivists, online criminals, terrorists, and even state actors that get actively involved in cybercrime. I'm not going to mention these countries. We all know who I'm talking about.
y si no me lo preguntan después cuando me baje,
If you want to know, you can ask me later.
se lo digo. ¿Sí? Algo de norte es, pero bueno.
There's something north, I don't know.
El crimen del futuro está entre nosotros. La
So, crimes of the future are already here to stay, and the technology has dramatically transformed the nature of cybercrimes, and this challenges traditional models of security. And that is part of what we are experiencing today. That was already mentioned in our previous panel, it was mentioned in previous presentations. We do have some emerging threats.
están llegando, ¿no? Como próxima generación de ataques. Ya no solamente estamos viviendo
Now is we are living in the future, and we can see where we are heading.
la mejora de los phishing, de la
So, improving phishing techniques, vulnerabilities analysis, this is all part of today's world. And we also have emerging technologies. Emerging technologies are those technologies that have not yet reached the peak. They keep evolving and they keep transforming our lives. So examples of this is AI, IoT, big data. People are not talking that much about big data. Now they are talking about quantum computing. Virtual reality, blockchain, robotics, and drones are all examples of emerging technologies that are modifying or changing the world we live in. So when we talk about AI, even though AI has evolved, nobody thought in the past that it would be readily available to all of us. AI suddenly appeared like ChatGPT, Gemini, so now we can use AI for everything. And it was overnight. It started at first, it wasn't that perfect. So we would ask, what's the color of River Plate's jersey? And it would answer blue and yellow. Now you can ask ChatGPT, what color is the River Plate jersey? It would say it's red and white and the best football team in Argentina. So it evolved. It's getting better and better. And some said that this may be, it can represent the extinction of human beings because there are a lot of negative factors around AI. As a university professor, I need to ask questions that cannot be answered by AI, by ChatGPT, because if I do that, I mean, students will be using their phones just to answer my questions. So imagine. So how can we go about this? Now they have glasses that can read the exam and answer the questions. There was a case in Argentina where some doctors were selling copies of the exam and they were using ChatGPT. Imagine that doctor will graduate and will be my doctor. I will die with a doctor like that. Imagine he will have no clue. So we are facing huge challenges. Some people say that it's going to be the extinction of human intelligence, or maybe AI will help us evolve. I have some co-workers that won't do anything without asking ChatGPT before. They ask ChatGPT about everything, but what don't you think about this? Are you going to use a handheld mic or a lapel mic? I mean, you don't need to ask ChatGPT for everything. But criminals use AI, and they are very good at it, by the way. So we have this problem of deepfake. A year ago, if your CEO invites you to a conference and he asks you to make a deposit, so just ask the person to move his head, because you could see then something that will give you the clue that maybe it's AI. Now you can ask him to move his head. If it is AI, all right, but if it's not AI, you will be fired for making your boss to move the head like that. Some time ago, there was this Argentinian guy in Mexico that just disappeared. He vanished. And his mom thought that it would be a good idea to publish on social media that he was lost. Imagine, criminals realized that this mother was looking for her son. They created a fake video about the boy asking for ransom as he was. Police then said, we need to check whether this video is fake or not, because it looks so real. We need to know whether this boy has been kidnapped or not. Thanks to the private and public association, I sent that video to a company that sent it to Singapore. And experts in Singapore discovered that there was a little mark in the boy's forehead, something that could not be seen with naked eye. And thanks to that, we detected that the video was fake. We realized it was AI, that it wasn't her son. Some days later, basically the boy appeared. But imagine, this mother just was very willing to pay that ransom. And this is a real case. Thing is that AI is also helping criminals to improve the techniques, phishing, ransomware, and different attacks. So they are getting better, and AI is helping criminals to improve the strategies. And if I had money and the right resources, I could be using AI to improve my investigations. We lack the resources, but criminals do have resources. This is a fake video. Just in case, I'm telling you this is fake. So let's watch the clip. This is fake, just in case. Okay, Millet is not there yet because someone asked. Come on, be careful with those questions. I will be fine. So thing is, they are getting better and better. Deepfake is getting better and better, and that is thanks to AI. AI is here to stay. It can be very useful. It can help us. I don't want you to say that I was criticizing AI. AI can help us in very different areas, but it is also a challenge. And there's Internet of Things. Internet of Things. Everything is connected to the Internet. Glasses are connected to the Internet, the washing machine, the coffee machine, air conditioning systems, TV, everything is connected to the Internet. Some years ago, I bought an air conditioning connected to the Internet. The first thing I did was to connect it to the Internet, and then I had a remote control in my cell phone. I never use it. I don't know why I bought that. Trainers, there are some sneakers that count your steps. What the hell? My sneakers now are telling me you are sitting all day long. So everything is connected to the internet now. I don't know why. We don't know why. What for? But basically, criminals will make your coffee machine attack your washing machine. And your coffee machine or your washing machine will attack the AC. Why? Because they are not experts on cybersecurity. Most people know nothing about cybersecurity, and they just connect everything to the internet, and they don't care, and they never change the password, the admin password. They just leave it like admin, admin, and then cyber criminals know about this, and they attack your washing machine, and the washing machine attacks some other, I don't know, a bot. And that's crazy, right? It's crazy. They use the Internet of Things to attack other devices. And we also have smart cars, smart trains, smart houses, smart cities, smart countries. Everything's smart. Except for me, everybody is smart, apparently. There have been several cases now of terrorist attacks in the US, in New York, Spain, in Barcelona, where terrorists were driving a vehicle and basically they ran over a lot of people. And maybe in the future they can use this kind of technology. You go to the States now and you ask for a Uber and you just they send you a vehicle with no one inside.
And you can hop on that vehicle and get taken to wherever you want to go. You live there, right? Is that true? So anyway, you can get that Uber. But I like to talk to pretty much a wall. So if there's no one there driving, I'll talk to the vehicle. Anyhow, we've seen attacks on trains, and if there are no drivers, then they can use the system, and you're the ones that have to pay attention to that potential. So yes, we are facing these risks because of Internet of Things. But I do want to say that as we are conducting criminal investigations, there are areas that are important not just for cyber crimes, but for any criminal investigation. First, evidence, in this case digital evidence, because digital evidence happens in terrorist cases, in environmental crimes, in vehicle theft. There is always digital evidence. Why? Because human beings at this point have these phones that are extensions of who they are. So whenever we are conducting and executing a search warrant in a house, we first get those cell phones from those criminals so that we can get evidence to prove that a crime has been committed. So if we leave our cell phones home, we start getting these tics. I'm sweating. It happened to you, didn't it? You start sweating. You get those cold sweats. Because you're becoming absent, not because you're worried your partner will see something, no, but you rush back and what did you forget? No, nothing, nothing. And then you quickly grab your phone, right? You know what I'm talking about, don't you? Anyway, you get the cold sweats, you rush home, you pick up your phone. Why? Because it's like an extension of who you are at this point. Your home banking is there, your social networks are there, your relationships, your pictures, your holidays, your work, everything is there in that little device, in that evil device that we all have in our pockets. Some of us have more than one even. So that digital evidence is part of any criminal investigation. That's clear. The second thing that is there in any criminal investigation is the investigation of technologies. What do I mean by that? Making requests for information from the public or private sector, asking for information from international stakeholders. International cooperation is not necessarily always present, but we do make requests for information. And international cooperation becomes a thing here because the information that comes from Meta or from Mercado Libre or from TikTok or any of these companies from the private sector is stored normally is abroad. Normally it's not in our countries. So international cooperation is something that I have been working on for many years. I was working for Interpol for 16 years, and I am now part of an Interpol group. And yes, international cooperation is implemented, but it still has a long way to go because legislations are nationally bound, and we have to break away with this idea that we need to access data across borders. And for that, we need cooperation. We need to have very serious discussions in our legislations and when we are entering into international agreements so that we can have effective and efficient results in our investigations. And that is part of another thing that happens in any criminal investigation, which is what I'm about to say right now, or something that perhaps is beginning to be present in every criminal investigation, which are crypto assets, cryptocurrencies. Call them whatever you want to call them, right? Digital assets. They're changing names every day in Argentina. I'm kind of lost. I call them crypto assets. You know, Bitcoin, Ethereum, call them whatever you want to call them, but they are part of pretty much every single criminal investigation because criminal organizations are using them. Why? For many reasons. Because they can commit crimes in different countries and get money for them without any problem because they can enter into international transactions using them. Yeah? Because you can move large amounts of money with the same device. You can have $10 or hundreds of thousands of dollars. You can store them in the cloud. You don't need to do anything. And an interesting characteristic that pertains to cryptocurrency that I think is attractive for criminal organizations is because law enforcement still doesn't know how to investigate crimes related to crypto assets. And that's why we are training law enforcement agents. I'm not here just talking about law enforcement agents as police officers, but also anyone who's part of the criminal justice system, like prosecutors and judges alike. So in Argentina, for example, cryptocurrency is being used more and more and more to protect savings because of accessibility and for many other reasons. But regardless of the reason, more and more people are using cryptocurrency and crypto assets. Maybe some of you are already saving in cryptocurrencies. Maybe some of you already own them or pay with them. So it's part of our lives. I don't have any money left at the end of the day, so I own no Bitcoin whatsoever, but you know, I'm saving. Obviously, there is an economy that is being built around cryptocurrencies, and now we have new stakeholders that are showing up. You know, we've got new startups, we've got e-wallets, we've got digital exchanges, and a lot of other things that are part of the crypto ecosystem that were not present before. But let me ask you something. Do you think it's easier for you to conduct traceability on a bank account when a criminal asks to have money deposited in a bank account, or to do that traceability for Bitcoin? What do you think? Raise your hand. What's easier? If you think it's easier to do traceability... Wait, I didn't ask the question. I think it's easier for you to get traceability for a bank account. It should be easier. Yeah. I can't keep going. I'll go the other way around. Raise your hand if you think it's easier to get traceability for a bank account. Raise your hand if you think it's easier for crypto. And if you're not raising your hand, what? What do you think? Jesus. You're hungry, right? That's it. Raise your hand if you want to go have lunch. Now I see it. So, the thing is, if you want to get records for a bank account and do traceability, you need a court order for that, right? You need to have a court order from a judge. And if someone switches banks, you need to get another court order for another bank. And so something happened to me with a case of Paredes, a soccer player that was sold from Boca Juniors to Paris Saint-Germain. He went back to Boca. He's no longer a player. No one cares about him. But anyway, I got bank records from Mexico. It was this big, and it was impossible for me to analyze that. However, Bitcoin information is open source. I don't need a court order to do traceability for a Bitcoin. I just need to have the information about the e-wallet. I need the transaction hash. And if I get the hash, I can do the traceability for it. Obviously, if it's then moved to a custodian exchange like Binance or whatever, then I need the court orders. But at least I can do traceability until I get to that endpoint, and then I need only one court order. This is up for discussion, though. So if you thought it was easier to use a bank account, I'm not saying that you're in the wrong. You're not. But what I'm saying is that we need a court order for everything except for Bitcoin. So I'm sorry, I don't have any time to talk about regulation. I'll share the presentation with you. It doesn't matter. So there are new ways to commit these crimes. First time I heard about Bitcoin was in a money laundering discussion, because they were saying, hey, this is unregulated. Criminals can launder money using this. Yes, they can. And then we got the deep web, of course. Although the deep web, I think, has migrated to another platforms. And so what was known as the dark web and the criminal services that were offered there are now offered in another platform now called Tele. Yeah? I didn't say that. You did. Because it's difficult for this company that I will not call to provide information to law enforcement. So we've got dark web transactions, we got ransomware. I'm not going to explain what ransomware is. It's likely you will explain it to me. Then we've got digital extortion, which is also very common nowadays. Then we've got pyramid schemes. Last year and this year, there were many using crypto. Here, people want to invest, they want to earn money, and they think this is a magical fix. And then they figure out, oh no, this was big fraud. Crypto hacking, which is something that doesn't exist that much because it's very well mitigated. We've got fraudulent exchanges, and then, of course, identity theft. Now, when we're dealing with fraud and fake investments and identity theft, there are ample cases within the ecosystem. And this maybe leads me to a rather sensitive point and ask, do you know Tinder? Have you heard about it? No? I mean, I'm an investigator, and that's why I can use it. I was authorized in written form to have Tinder to figure out what it was. Anyway, it's a platform where you can meet people. I like you, I like you, I don't like you, I like you, I don't like you, so on and so forth. You see a picture, right? You get some info about a person. Everyone lies, by the way. I say that I look like Brad Pitt. I changed my face, I used AI, the whole shebang. Anyway, I say I like you, I like you, I like you, I don't like you, I 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 like you. And then on the other side, if the other person says, yes, I like you, they match. It's, yeah, you know, I didn't say the word. Write it down, write their names down. They all know. Say, I don't know Tinder, you said. But you know what a match is. What you watched it on a Netflix show, right? That's right. That's why. That you're watching too much Netflix. See, and we're even advertising Netflix here. Amazing. So you guys match, you start having a conversation, you say, hey, what do you do for a living? Hey, I invest in cryptocurrency. It could be a man, a woman, but I get a lot of money from investing in cryptocurrency. What do you do? I'm a police officer. I make no money. You know, I do extra hours to pay the bills. And the next day, you say, hey, what kind of music do you like? I like teeny. And they say, hey, what do you listen to? You have same tastes. You're seducing each other. And then they say, hey, do you have any savings? Yeah, I got some savings. What about investing in crypto? I can invest for you. And so what happens? You send them your savings and say goodbye to your money. No kisses, no money, nothing. Say bye-bye to your love. Your heart is broken in half. And there are black widows as well out there. They say, hey, let's go out, and you wake up 2 days afterwards, no money. So be careful. There's everything in Tinder. They sell drugs, there's fraud, whatever you want. It is a nefarious platform. That's why I have it for investigatory purposes. So yes, there is identity theft, there is money laundering, drug trafficking, terrorism funding within the crypto ecosystem, and we have to learn. We as law enforcement agencies need to learn, one, how to identify e-wallet, identify crypto, how to seize cryptocurrencies. If we don't know how to seize cryptocurrencies, we're missing out. If we are executing a search warrant and we don't know how to identify a seed phrase, a hash, they can be right in front of us in that computer, you know, in that fridge, in that person's house, and we miss out on millions of dollars because you have that seed word, you know. And last but not least, we have to learn how to conduct traceability processes to investigate where the money is coming from and where it's going to. Now, here is a bit of publicity for me. I want to tell you what we do within our Interpol working group. This is a group that was first created in 2015. What we do is we get together every single year and we exchange information. We say, hey, what do you see in Tinder? Anything good? Nah, I'm kidding. We just get together and we exchange information about new MOs, about what's happening in one country and the other. Generally speaking, we tend to see the same, but in some cases, some countries come up with new things. We discuss what kind of trainings we need. And we also created an ops and research and investigation team for online fraud, phishing, malware, ransomware. And each subgroup is led by a different country. Argentina is actually leading the online fraud group. Phishing is led by Panama. And each subgroup is led by a different country. And this enables the different countries that want to participate to join different subgroups to conduct international ops around these areas. So this is how we divide them. And last but not least, we also have trainings which are fundamental if we want to keep up to date. I know you guys want to go have lunch. I'll be done in a second. We are working 24/7. We have to do continuous surveillance, but we still got to be more proactive, you know. As police officers, we react normally, but now we have to be proactive. We need to patrol. We go to open sources. There are so many things offered. They're selling you like college degrees, like the one I bought. They sell drugs, sexual abuse, material, children pornography, and it's there, up for grabs. At reach, just as if there was no one watching. Every single day, we are creating between 2 to 3 cyber patrol reports between our group, and we're becoming more and more proactive in trying to pursue crime online. We have over 100 open cryptocurrency cases. We have solved close to 85% of the ones that we have opened so far, so we are being effective in our fight against crime. In this sense, don't ask about ransomware. I won't give you any data, but at least along these lines, we're doing great. So I think that was it for me. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you can call 911-134. No. If you have any questions, you can talk to me afterwards during lunch. Thank you very much. Have a lovely lunch. Thank you so much, Adrian. Thank you for this presentation. We're wrapping up this first part of the symposium. We'll see you later for more RICET.
Muy bien, bienvenidos, bienvenidas nuevamente.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for being here or for joining us through the Agesic live stream via YouTube. We now begin this afternoon's session for RICET, the regional initiative for training in cybersecurity. We will have multiple topics discussed during this session. But before we do that, we want to welcome all of you and welcome Claudia Barrientos, a representative of the General Secretariat of the OAS for Uruguay, to share some welcoming remarks. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here with you. Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay. On behalf of the Secretariat of the Inter-American Committee Against Terrorism of the OAS, I welcome you to the Regional Initiative for Education and Training in Cybersecurity, RICET 2025, proudly organized in cooperation with the Florida International University and the National Initiative for Cybersecurity Education, NICE, focused on strengthening education, training, and the workforce in the Americas. This is our 5th year doing this, and we are very happy to see an increase in numbers of participants as years go by. As we move towards a new era of digital transformation, we are dealing with an unprecedented evolution of threats fostered by AI and quantum technologies. Cyber attacks enabled by AI are becoming more and more sophisticated and complex, creating new vulnerabilities for us. This calls for a workforce that is trained in technologies but is well coordinated also to anticipate future cyber risks. The current landscape of cybersecurity is also marked by an increase in geopolitical tensions and the growing use of cyber attacks as political levers. As described in the Global Security Outlook 2025 of the World Economic Forum, close to 72% of all organizations across the world are informing about an increase in cybersecurity risk, many of which quote the malicious use of generative AI and the use of other advanced technologies as their main concerns. Nations are realigning their strategies, placing an emphasis on basic pillars such as the protection of infrastructure, the development of capacities, the creation of public and private association, and the creation of adaptation politics and policies. But there are still disparities, especially in the protection of small and medium-sized companies, as well as in the protection of vulnerable populations. What becomes clear in this context is that the efforts to increase the capacities of the workforce in cybersecurity is becoming increasingly important. While also recognizing that inclusion fosters digital resilience, the OAS promotes initiatives that empower women and the underrepresented groups so that they can become part of the cybersecurity world. The She Secures initiative focuses on decreasing the gender gap by providing visibility, mentoring, and training for women. In addition, the Cinder project, which is also sponsored by the Cybersecurity Division of the OAS, supports diversity through mentoring, mentorship fairs, and associations with governments, academia, and the private sector to strengthen the equitable access to education and employment in cybersecurity. Additionally, the competitions like the OAS Cyber Challenge engage young people from across the region in practical exercises for the development of technical skills and work in teams while empowering women to participate. These efforts all contribute to a more inclusive, better trained cybersecurity landscape across the Americas. RICET is a forum to discuss how to move towards improving the cybersecurity roles and provide solutions, albeit there's a lack of professionals in the area of cybersecurity, and that is a multidimensional complex challenge that calls for the participation of multiple stakeholders. The OAS still hopes that our development initiatives will continue to make a difference. We remain committed to closing the cybersecurity gaps in our member states by empowering cybersecurity professionals of today and of tomorrow. We also want to highlight the importance of fostering diversity and inclusion on the ground, which is essential if we want to have resilient cybersecurity ecosystems that are innovative and effective for the region. It is a great honor for the OAS to be holding this conference for the 4th year in a row, together with our NICE and FIU partners, and this year, of course, with Agesic. It is beautiful to be able to discuss these initiatives with high-level experts like the ones that we have here today. I also want to thank our donors, the governments of the United States of America and Canada, for their support in the last few years to make this event possible. We are convinced that if we have initiatives like this one, we will be able to promote the continuous development and the fostering of cybersecurity in the region. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Claudia.
Thank you, Claudia. We now want to yield the floor to Brian Fonseca, Director for the Jack D. Gordon of Public Policy's Institute, FIU.
Good afternoon. How many were here last year? How many attended RICET last year? Just by a show of hands. So some. So a lot of new folks. So I have to apologize. Last year, when I initially made some introductions, I introduced myself as El Gringo Loco. And I think my Spanish was really rough. I meant to say Gringo Totalmente, but it came out Gringo Loco. So then I went back home, and everyone called me Gringo Loco for the rest of the year. So entonces, mi nombre está Brian Fonseca, yo soy Gringo Loco, okay? Now I want to welcome you all to the 5th annual RICET conference in partnership with the Organization of American States and NIST. It's been an incredible partnership dedicated to deepening cybersecurity knowledge in the Americas. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge those partners very briefly in our appreciation of all that the university has the opportunity to do. Barbara here in the front, who you'll have an opportunity to hear from later, has been the big champion of keeping RICET in partnership with the OAS and the, which is NICE, which is the National Initiative for Cyber Education in the United States. The spirit of this convening was to convene thought leadership, as I referenced earlier, this idea of sort of multi-stakeholder presence around how do we develop the right kind of human capital to address the needs of the future. Right? The speed of technology is moving so fast that it seems like as we continue to move people into the workforce, we find ourselves continuously behind. So how do we start to project forward and lean in on addressing some of the human capital issues that we're facing across the region? And so, collaboration for us has been at the heart of effective cybersecurity. In fact, we were just talking, Renee, just before coming on stage, that one of the bigger challenges we have in terms of some of these broader frameworks is the inability to enforce those frameworks. And part of that comes from the community that we bring together and the pressure and responsibility we place on each other as nations to continue to adhere to the norms and standards in terms of where we want to take cybersecurity in terms of our respective security context. And so I think that's why partnerships like the one that FIU has with the Organization of American States, and again, it's hard to say Organization of American States without recognizing the incredible work that Carrie Ann Barrett has been doing for a number of years in her role leading cyber for the OAS. And of course, David and the rest of the crew at the OAS, it's been incredible. Rodney Peterson and Danielle couldn't attend NICE this year. Because whether you're reading the news or not, we're having some challenges in governance in my country. And so they weren't able to travel down here and be with us, but they have been a formidable organization in the U.S. to continue to advance this kind of knowledge. And so, I mean, we start from the position that by working together, we leverage diverse expertise, shared best practices that enable us to develop comprehensive strategies like what we've been discussing throughout the day, that can effectively combat the cyber threats where they are now and, of course, where they're going. The synergy that comes from our collaborations not only enhances our individual communities, our individual nations, but us in the aggregate as a hemisphere, as the Americas. And so I think it continues to be deeply impactful for us to do things like this. Moreover, our commitment to cyber extends beyond sort of the concept of just awareness. It encompasses workforce education, the training component. We work really hard on advancing research in meaningful ways that continue to help us get after some of these incredibly wicked threats. We focus a lot on policy and how policy development can be impactful in terms of shaping the environment in which these threats manifest. We recognize that a well-equipped cybersecurity force, like what we'll be talking about today, is essential to meeting the demands of today's digital landscape and tomorrow's as we lean towards the 22nd century. So initiatives like NICE and the OAS Symposium and RICET exemplify our dedication to nurturing the next generation of cybersecurity professionals. And through these efforts, we aim to empower individuals with the skills and knowledge they need to thrive in this dynamic field and give organizations the tools that they need in order to remain resilient. And so as we go into discussions this afternoon, I encourage each of you to think about how we can further enhance our collaborative efforts. Let us harness the moment of this conference to inspire innovative solutions and forge strong partnerships. I think that together we can make significant impacts on this. And it was interesting when I polled, and Carrie, and you didn't get a chance to see it, there are so many people that are here for the first time, which is why it's so impactful the work that you do in moving this convening around the hemisphere to increase the accessibility of this. And so being in the room brings you into a community of like-minded, passionate people that are really focused on addressing the issue. And so this is the kind of community and network that you can rely on as you work towards implementing best practices, building workforce, and ultimately skilling your organization to remain resilient in the 21st century, and as I often say, as we head to the 22nd century with the rapid pace of technology. And so with that, Carrie Ann, again, thank you for the opportunity to be here. That's all I have for now, and I look forward to moderating the next panel. So thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We now begin with a new panel about the creation of a workforce to provide incident response. It is a topic that was discussed this morning. Brian, once again, if you could please join us here on the stage.
Él ahora va a llamar a los panelistas que van a conformar.
He will also be calling the panelists that will be joining in.
So this is where I sing for the next 45 minutes, okay? No more panels, just me singing. No, I'm kidding. We have three incredible thought leaders that are going to join us on stage and walk through this discussion about building a workforce for incident response. And so first, I'm going to ask Gonzalo Garcia Belenguer to join me on stage. Gonzalo is the Global Cybersecurity Director at Banco Santander. So welcome, Gonzalo. Next, we have Graciela Martinez. If Graciela, you can join us. Graciela is the Community Engagement Lead for First Bond. So welcome, Graciela. And last but certainly not least, Mateus Camargo, if you can join us. He was the one holding court outside, so you might have seen a large group of people around Mateus. So join me in welcoming Mateus. He is faculty here and the cybersecurity expert at the Universidad Tecnológica de Uruguay. So thank you so much for being here. This panel is also going to be in Spanglish. I believe Mateus and Gonzalo are going to speak in English, and Graciela is going to speak in Spanish. Okay, and I'll do my best to navigate both. And so, no, he couldn't make it. We had a fourth scheduled, but he had a family emergency, so it's just going to be just us. Okay. I'm sorry? It's whichever you prefer. Okay, so I'm just going to toss a few questions out and try to drive a conversation, and then we'll see where it goes, okay? And so I'll tell you what, I am going to start with Gonzalo. I'm going to start with you. I'm going to go to the middle. From the financial, as the global cybersecurity director for Banco Santander, I want to talk about sort of the financial sector. And so from the financial sector standpoint, what challenges do large institutions face in recruiting and retaining skilled cybersecurity talent for incident response or other demanding cybersecurity issues.
Okay, first of all, thank you for inviting Banco Santander, OAS, RICET, FIU, Agesic. Very happy to be here. I say, first of all, we face the same challenges that everybody faces, but if we try to pinpoint what would it be, I said that supply and demand are a bloodbath for the financial sector, as you can imagine. The competition with other banks to get in the talent, the right talent, because you don't have the privilege to train people, right? We are a high threat organization. We are they're looking for us every time, getting more sophisticated, so we need to have the best professionals working like everybody else, but we need to have those professionals. Also, we are, if not the most regulated industry right now, I would say the most. Just in Europe, you can think of DORA, Cyber Resilience Act, NIS2, now the Cloud Act, the Artificial Intelligence Act. So we are looking at all that regulation. So when we need to find those professionals, it's tough. No, people that are ready to be exposed to that level of stress, let's say. No, that's one of the problems when we pressure. No, when we talk about how are we keeping those, what challenges do we have when we're keeping those that workforce? Stress out, no, burnout is one of them because they leave, for sure, because the regulatory compliance is insane. No? Also, the rotation. People keep leaving once they know that somebody can hang, let's say, at the bank. No, other companies, other big companies that can pay more, or they have more flexible workspace, another work culture. People tend to leave the bank after quite some time, no? Because once, I might be throwing stones, no, to myself, but and I'm not talking about the Santander, obviously. When you are good at something, and in these kind of scenarios, and you are a specialist at something technical, and I know there are a lot of technical people here, it's tough for you to move on and to learn new skills and to change within the bank. No, I say that would be the problem. But basically, it's the same problems that any other big organization have, I would say.
What's interesting about your specific sector is the finance sector, was one of the earliest sectors to really have to deal with the issue of cyber threats. Not to suggest that was sort of exclusive, but because that's where the money was, cyber criminals were certainly coming for the financial sector. And so you had a lot of lessons learned, which is why the regulatory environment is so high because of those experiences. And the other point you raised, which I think is really important, is the issue of retention. Because there's a shortage in workforce, you're finding it hard, not just to not burn out your team, but to keep your team, because other organizations are also looking for really important talent. So I appreciate your thoughts. Graciela, I want to come to you. Yo creo yo no tengo la posibilidad para preguntar en español, pero
I don't think I can ask you in English, but if you can understand it in English.
So do we do it in English? No, so talk to me about the scene between international community, international organizations. The organization that you run has a really important role in sort of bringing communities together. Can you talk a little bit about the importance of those international organizations that help bring people together in this context?
Bueno, yo hoy acá estoy con el gorro del Fórum Internacional de Centros de Respuestas.
I am wearing the hat of FIRST, an NGO which brings together all the response centers at the global level. And the first vision is to bring together all the teams to get better internet. Within our mission statement, we define multiple aspects, but one that I think pertains to what we're doing here in this event is to have teams collaborating and sharing knowledge so that we can strengthen our capacity to respond to threats at the global level, and I think that's why we're here.
Talk a little bit more about sort of the community engagement piece. But Mateus, I want to ask about from an academic perspective. How can universities better integrate hands-on incident response training into cybersecurity curriculum? That's one. I'm going to make this a two-part question. The second part, which I find almost equally difficult, is how do you ensure that the curriculum remains aligned with what the industry needs are?
Bueno, buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone for the invitation. I will speak in Spanish now. As has been mentioned throughout this event, we have been talking about how this technology has been evolving, how the attackers and their attacks have been changing. And as Gonzalo was saying when he was talking about the fact that they are working in a highly regulated environment, they also face the same problems that every single other organization does, which have to do
Creo que
and I think what academia has to work on and strengthen at the practical level is the way in which we tackle these issues. And we do that by adapting our syllabus to this situation. There are many papers that talk about this, of course, but basically we're looking at micro-credentials, right? We're looking at education pathways that are different from the most traditional ones. Before, specializations were mostly long-term certifications, and you had to spend a lot of years studying, and they were rather open in terms of the kind of knowledge that you were working on. Mostly it had to do with providing solid technical background for the professionals. However, the demand, the market, the stress, the pressure, the evolution of attacks and attackers are making us realize that we need to adapt to this evolution. And because we need to be quick on the draw when we're providing solutions. So our education programs have to be providing these people with skills that can allow them to respond very quickly. So that's why we have very specific courses with many modules. We also allow the students to have elective subjects so that they can choose what to study, when to study, rather than go into these very long courses. Once we designed the plans like this, we move on to the practical area, and we do that by having spaces for trial and error in controlled environments. Right? We also work on the pressure that Gonzalo was mentioning. We have workshops to deal with stress, to deal with pressure. Someone spoke about having the tabletop exercises, right? And having those scenario simulations. Well, those are things that we are also incorporating in the syllabus of our university, because that provides the professionals with the tools that they need before they are actually working in the front lines.
It's a great point on experiential learning and how you engage students in experiential opportunities that give them a little bit more firsthand knowledge. I also want to just sort of also reiterate the point you made about the mix of programming, short-term, mid-term, long-term. It's tough if you're spending 4 years producing someone from the high school level into the degree program and then on the other side of a degree with a job. And so putting the requisite mix of short-term programming and so you have skilling. Does the university do upskilling and reskilling? So do you also think about how you skill professionals that are already in the workforce that maybe want to move over from a non-cyber career into a cyber career?
Sí, como mencionas ahí.
Yes, we have different syllabus. I mean, we have bachelor's degrees, we have postgraduate degrees, then we have certifications. But based on what you were asking, in terms of upskilling or if you are someone that is not specialized in cybersecurity, we have micro credentials. Yes, they're not graduate degrees or postgraduate degrees, but rather they are certifications so that they can upskill and learn about this new area. If we have someone that is starting from scratch and they are not in the workforce, then yes, they can go to a graduate degree. I don't know if I answered your question though.
That was a good answer. Thank you. Gonzalo, I want to ask you about the relationship that organizations like yours have with academia. So, I mean, Mateus is out there helping produce talent, trying to move people into the workforce. What type of programming does, for example, Banco Santander do to work more closely with academia and government to strengthen the talent pipeline?
Okay, I need my cheat sheet here because I have a lot of numbers, but I love the academia. I mean, most people know me, and I come from the academia. My previous job was at the academia. So what you were saying about the training and to make sure that you're ready in the stress situation, I'm 100% agree. I'm a cyber range kind of guy. I love cyber range. Messi is the best player in the world, but Messi trains every week, right? So you can be as talented as you want, but if you don't put yourself under that pressure, when the pressure comes, you crumble, right? So back to your question, PPPs, private partnerships, are key. No, when I lived it in the academia side, I live it now at Santander. Working with the academia is key, right? To make sure that you can train and you can influence in what they are learning, so they're ready when they come out and you want to hire them. No? So it's for your own benefit, actually. But I'm thinking about all these public-private partnerships, and I can think of many companies that have their own academy. Oh, just to mention some, Cisco, Google, and I'm not playing favorites, but every company has now an academy with micro-credentials, different kind of trainings. For example, Santander, we have an academy branch called Universia. And with Universia, for example, we have over, I think it's, 5,000 spots for 80 different subjects, from data analysis to AI, et cetera. It's called Santander Open Academy, and with Coursera, they train over 2,000 people into 2025. They invested 2.4 billion euros since its creation, working with 1,200 universities, impacting almost 4 million people. So it's I was pretty impressed when I learned about this, actually. And I would say that what we're doing with Universia, it's only an example, no? That every corporate social responsibility part of each big company should be doing. I think, for example, in Mexico, we have a program where we gave 50 internships to guys from, I don't really know the background, but I know we did CTF, and we found 50 people that were interested in working with us, and that's the way that we gave them a first internship, and now they're going to do it with another 400 people. So these are just a few examples of how to do it. But I think every company, every private company that has the possibility and has the money and has the opportunity should be working closely with the OAS, any multilateral organization, with the universities, to make sure, no, that we are making our part. No?
It's a good point that you raise about how big multinational organizations are building their own educational capabilities, right? We see that quite often, and as a university person, the challenge of sort of allowing, kind of letting go of the fact that organizations are training their own. It's partly because we needed to be better aligned with industry in ways that we were producing the kind of talent that they wanted. I remember reading from Amazon. So Amazon was one of the ones that we tried to work with to create this massive educational portfolio. And their argument was universities are not quick enough to produce the talent we need that's directly aligned to the issues we're having. And so universities like mine have tried to do more to work with industry in really meaningful ways to ensure that speed and that alignment exists, right? And then be part of the broader educational portfolio that supports them. So it's a really good point. The other point that you made, and I was reluctant to talk about it, but you mentioned Messi. And I just want to point out to the audience that Messi lives in Miami now. That's where my university is. And so I'm sorry, but he's now with us. I was waiting for somebody to throw something at me. I knew it was going to happen. Yeah, no, not Suarez. Yes, too. Yes. So you're all welcome to Miami, by the way. Graciela, I want to ask you about community engagement and knowledge sharing. Can you talk about some of the initiatives that you're working with that don't just help build technical skills, but also help build trust and coordination within communities, and again, the broader cyber constituency of government and non-government?
Sí, pero antes voy a hacer...
Before I do that, I want to make a side comment. For any of us who are working in this area, we also need to be constantly training. And for that, I want to thank some of my professors from the School of Engineering from UDELAR who are here, because thanks to them, I am here in this panel. And also, I want to thank my boss as well, because he gave me the opportunity to work in LACNIC in the Internet Registry, and that's how I got to first. Now, going back to your question, we can build communities by establishing initiatives. That's what we do at first. We actually have multiple initiatives. We have one called Community and Capacity Building. Basically, what we have are trainers that provide trainings at the global level, but we always need a partner to carry out the trainings.
For instance, this year, we included an initiative to strengthen community and capacity building that is called CORE, Community Operational Capacity, Resilience and Empowerment, that fortunately it's its main sponsor, and basically these are training sessions that can be implemented at global level in different regions. And for that we need a sponsor, and the objective is to strengthen capacities to generate community. But capacity building is not only about generating cybersecurity knowledge. Capacity building also implies helping teams to mature and how to address security incidents. When we have a security incident and we say that we have a response team, it's not only about the team. It means that we have trained people that can effectively respond and manage that incident. That means that if you have to work with other colleagues, our partners, you will be speaking the same language and following the same protocols for information exchange. So the capacity that we have to interact with others generates in these events such as this one, organized by OAS, and these are interpersonal relations. A clear example of this is if I have a problem at home and I meet someone in the streets, someone I don't know, I won't be sharing my problem, right? I mean, my daughter is misbehaving. No. I will talk about that with a friend, right? Or when you ask for advice, the same happens here, right? We need to build community. And then how to engage the community and how to generate that network? Well, is organizing activities like this one. Like first also promote cybersecurity symposiums in different regions with LACNIC. that is the Internet Organization for Latin America. There are other initiatives in Africa and other partners that FIRST has, or other private organizations that provide services that, since you are a member of FIRST, you can have access to those services, okay, for free. So that was my answer.
Good point about the role that, for example, FIRST plays in bringing community together. And I think that's an important space for international organizations and civil society to bring community together and press the conversation on issues that are really at the forefront of where cyber is going, that oftentimes maybe governments aren't ready to tackle yet, or the academia is not quite there, or private sector is avoiding. You can push the envelope on really important issues, like was referenced earlier, ethical issues. And
Sí,
well, yes, you're right. The idea is to have the academia, the private sector, the public sector, and to put them together. We have the groups of interest, and there we can have different people working for different groups in different areas, and they talk about topics that are of incident. Not to mention the example of the CICTE Americas,
de brindar capacitación
that apart from providing training in the region and government, it also helps other organizations
otros participantes para poder
so that they can work together.
Mateus, yeah.
Acá faltó Leonard, que
We still need to talk to Leonardo that can provide some information from the academia standpoint, because I'm listening to you, and though you are teams and people already trained, and I think that all this community especially in the academia, because there are some alliances already working. We have already taken our first steps, especially the synergy with the public sector, the private sector. But there is something about the academia. Can you hear me, sir? So now they are the ones presenting the problem. So we need to have a strong alliance with the trade sector. My point is that the demand for this kind of equipment, for instance, or data forensics, incident response, we need to build a team of experts on these areas, and for that we need to have a community. As we mentioned today when we talked about curricula, okay, we need to take those problems and share them with the academia. There, of course, there may be private courses. We need to build a community, CICTE Americas, etc. But we need to have an exchange involving the academia and the students, so that all this is part of their training, so that tomorrow these professionals will be able to deal with these problems. In short, basically we are talking about internships or professional practice or something like that, so that we can present these problems to them, so that they can be aware of the main challenges. So as part of this community, what the academia requires is, or needs, is input for these training sessions, so they can have hands-on experience.
And you're talking about alliances, and just for the sake of the conversation, you are a member of CyberLAC? Yes, no?
UTEC aún no.
UTEC, no? Okay.
Aún no.
So CyberLAC,
No, not yet.
the network of universities, because we're talking about alliances and working with the private sector, but I think it's very important to have alliances between universities, no? And that's the key.
Sorry, me corrigen que
Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, yeah, they have corrected me. Yes, yes.
es que no quise prometer.
I didn't want to promise anything, but I got it wrong.
Yesterday, and he was, I don't know if he's here today, but he was one of the key makers of this alliance. And I mentioned this alliance because now that when I was in Mexico at the university, I was part of the alliance, but now that I am at Santander, there is an interesting project in Europe, which Santander is part of, which is to create a master's program that's homologado to every country in the European Union. So they share the same material, the same education, the same degree, and the industries involved. Obviously, it's a conglomerate, I guess is the word, of like 40 different companies between universities, consultancy companies, banks, etc., and we are giving our opinion on what they're teaching, on what they're going to teach. They are doing micro-credentials, they are doing a lot of things, and it's a project from the European Union. The European Union has funded that program. So food for thought, no? For CyberLAC, for your region, I don't know, that might be.
No, that's also an excellent point. I mean, you know, I give you the perspective of Florida International University, but in the state of Florida, the state funded Cyber Florida, which is a organization that brings all of the universities together and works on cyber workforce, cyber research, and tries to move universities, you know, sort of forward together so there's harmony and that the state can get a far more capable, robust workforce. And I've seen that same model pop up around the nation where, you know, states are funding, you know, networks of universities that come together for the exact reasons you guys talked about, sharing best practices, sharing curriculum. And I think that's really important. I think the spirit of RICET, this convening, was in part to build that kind of connective tissue. It was modeled much like the National Initiative for Cyber Education in the United States, which is an annual convening that brings faculty from across the country together to share best practices, curriculum, experiential learning opportunities, and sort of cross-pollinate in ways that, you know, lift everybody up to a better standard. And I think that's critical. So it's a great point that you both bring up. And I want to go back to you, Mateus, on the experiential learning piece. You started to introduce it in one of your earlier interventions, but I'd like for you to talk a little bit more about that bridging of the gap between sort of classroom and practice. As an educator, how are you ensuring that students are coming out not just sort of with the book knowledge needed to sort of look and talk about the landscape, but some of the experience needed to be able to move into positions and make impact early?
La práctica es el maestro.
Practice makes perfect. That's as it is. We talked about different scenarios. We can have simulation scenarios. We can have CCTM, cybersecurity crisis management team, and they also intersect. And that is part of the training. We need to train them with micro-credentials, cyber range, exchanges, internships. And I believe that the shortest path to follow, as someone said, is this is a problem that affects us all, and we need to get together to protect ourselves. And that is basically what we can do thanks to these kind of events. And the way of doing this is basically by practicing. They mentioned CTFs, cyber range, crisis management, tabletops. But the most important thing is not to do them, but to generate a curriculum that introduces these learnings. and a curriculum that is not only for those being trained from scratch, but this should aim, we were talking about this curriculum, it can also be aimed at those that already have some training in IT, so that they can specialize, for instance, in incident response, to take some subjects, to have some certifications, to earn some credits, and then, after that knowledge is validated, they can go back to the market, but now with a different certification, with a different experience. Just to mention a story of a case of success in UTech. At UTech, we have a cybersecurity postgraduate course that is on systems and networks. It's very specific. If we take into account that this is not a general curriculum, on the contrary, it's very specific and it focuses on practical experience. So it opens possibility to future students that do not have any academic experience. So it is connected to micro-credentials. And basically, by doing that, we can bridge the gap between the formal academic world and solutions that we need to address the existing issues. In this case, the objective is to solve an incident. Creo que ibas a ir en una dirección en lo que se refiere a los protocolos de educación. La universidad hace mucho trabajo en secundaria para empezar a cultivar o identificar a los jóvenes valores, ¿no?, que van a seguir carreras tecnológicas, por ejemplo, en educación secundaria. Here in Uruguay, we have different plans for cybersecurity. ANEP, for instance, they created a title for these topics, a degree that could be something like high school, secondary education.
Okay. Gracias, Graciela, le estaba explicando.
So Graciela was just explaining to him what ANEP is. And then we have some higher education courses. These kind of courses aim at people with some training, with some basic training at least. Okay, I'm talking about people that have already been trained on the foundations of this, and now they are basically taking a specialization course, the fear or crisis management.
Universities in the U.S. are working a lot with high school or secondary educational institutions to try to create pathways that go from secondary education, in some cases primary education, that moves it all the way through the vertical. And then there's this debate on whether or not universities are necessary in that next step, on whether or not students can move into young people can move in organizations and be cultivated there. So it goes back to alignment of where academia places itself in the broader vertical. I know we have about 15 minutes left, so I want to ask some general questions. And one question is, do you see trends in terms of the workforce needs where, for example, Gonzalo, is there an important nuance difference to doing cyber in the financial sector versus doing cyber in water infrastructure or public health? This is a debate, I think, that's starting to emerge that, one is universal or general cyber experts, but now things are sophisticated enough that there are demands for people that understand cyber exclusively in the context of finance, exclusively in the context of energy infrastructure. And is that pushing universities to start to now go niche, like go very narrow in terms of what they're training?
Yeah, thank you. When I was at the university, one of my plans was, if there are MBAs focused on aeronautics, why aren't there masters of cyber focused on an industry? No, that could be an interesting thing to do. I think cyber is cyber. Let's say that cyber is cyber. But at the same time, we talk a lot about regulation in the financial sector, and I don't know if anybody works here in the financial sector, but I know there are many technicians. But does anybody know how to work with the legacy technology? You know, in the financial sector that we use the legacy technology that nobody else uses anymore. Let's say IBM, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to mention them, but so many technologies that are outdated and a pain in that part. Yeah.
You don't need to translate that.
No. So I would say people need to specialize in that maybe is only for the financial sector, unfortunately. And it doesn't look like anytime soon it's going to change, at least with the legacy technology, the intricacies of the technology that is used especially. Another thing that's really interesting that I might be going a bit forward, away basically for the conversation, but I find that also the new technologies and the third-party management for the financial sector, I think for every industry, every company, but for the financial sector, we are so dependable in, let's say, clouds, third-party industries, and if we put fraud into the conversation, then who's responsible for the fraud? What happens with the clients? So I don't know if the cybersecurity is different, but the way you need to look at it and the need you need to map it might be a bit different than other industries, no? Especially because you're working towards the client. There are a lot, again, of regulations that leave you hanging, maybe. So that would be my answer.
And that's another interesting point. So I agree. At the end of the day, cyber is cyber. Cyber contextualized in health, maybe a little different than cyber in finance, but I get it. Cyber is cyber. But therein lies sort of the holistic approach to workforce development. This is a multidisciplinary issue. This is not just an engineering or technical issue. It's a business issue. It's a health issue. It's a law issue. And so, and of course, a policy issue. And so cyber in itself is a multidisciplinary issue. And so, maybe a question for all three of you, how do you think we should be working towards bringing that multidisciplinarity to the workforce that we're developing going forward? Do we train more political scientists in cyber? Do we train more cyber in policy? I mean, what is it that we should be doing to build well-rounded workforce that can work both at the technical level, Gonzalo, but also understand the regulatory environment in which that technology is manifesting? Or is that just not necessary?
Yo lo que tenía para decir es que
what I wanted to say is that cyber is cyber and crisis management is crisis management. So from an academic perspective, these are two different subjects or two different issues that they have something in common, but the technical component, here we have several experts. The mathematics foundations and the IT foundations are the same, regardless of the sector. But then within the sector, when you have crisis management, you need lawyers, attorneys, and there are several other skills that are required. Talk to other partners, communicate an incident with other working groups. You need to adjust to other methodologies. For that, you need training, you need practice. In our organization, we've had implemented several of these exercises. We already have a community. I don't know, Graciela, if you want to add anything.
Bueno, no.
es que te vi con ganas de hablar.
No,
Because you looked as if you were, if you wanted to say something. I'm always willing to talk. I agree with you. I believe that that happens not only at university. I think that we need to work on communication and communication plans that we have in the organizations, because by now we all know that communication is one of the main problems that we have in organizations. So I will go a little bit beyond your question. To wrap up, these activities that we have from different sectors, and the fact that we want to build capacity, and by doing that, we're also building trust bonds. We should also work on soft skills. For instance, that people that are working in technology, they should also have the capacity to present a report to other experts, or when they have to report to the authorities, they should be able to do so. And what kind of information to share with authorities, what kind of information, and how to present information to a colleague. So it should go beyond interpersonal relations. We need to focus also, because sharing information, for instance, indicators, we need to work a lot on building networks like NIST network, that first is also offering that network. CICTE Americas also. These are networks that we can use to share information, and they don't depend on humans. There's automation there, and that helps us prevent further attacks. I believe that all these initiatives coming from different organizations contribute to having a pretty good idea of what's happening in cyberspace. So then we, from our positions, can contribute to the health of internet, to have a socio-cultural development. Brian, just since you asked about cybersecurity and how to take it to other areas, I believe that this is also part of the method, because once we don't need cybersecurity anymore, at that moment, that would be the moment when we all know, or when we all are all aware that the fact that this is something that impacts us all. Once we are aware of that, we will be able to move on to other sectors.
One thing that Graciela said that's really important is the soft skill development. It's one of the things that surveys come back routinely from industry, is that incredible technical skills, but no ability to communicate the issue. No ability to, again, be able to compel or convince decision-making because they lack those skills. And so I think that's a really good point. And there's also, and Mateus referenced it earlier, the distinction between universal cyber and cybersecurity as a career, right? And institutions like yours and mine, universities, are working to, on one end, try to expose all students to cyber and tech in some way, while also maintaining focus on the career aspect, right, which is really important. So I don't know if your university is doing that, but certainly we do universal cyber. We believe every student should walk out, not with a credential in cyber, but with an understanding of cyber and AI, because no matter where they go or what they do, they're going to interact with it in some way. And so that's the universal cyber education piece, which is also supporting the workforce, because the individual still remains the biggest weakness in organizations from a cyber threat perspective. So I think we got time for one more question. I'm going to toss one question out there. It's a general question as we wrap up, just to have you. I don't think we get to go to the audience for questions. Okay, I'm getting head no's. So I can't do that, Gonzalo. But I would like to, but not today. During the break, Gonzalo will take all of your questions, all of them. So just one question as we wrap up, and then you make some concluding remarks at the same time. But in Graciela, we can start with you. What do you see as the most important trend driving workforce or cyber trend in general that you think the audience should know before they leave our session?
Ay, qué difícil me la pusiste.
Oh, that's a hard one. Okay, those of us who are already working in cybersecurity, we need to think about our organizations and we need to have our response centers. Each organization should have a response center, and also to find ways of training staff, okay, and staff in general, so that they can protect information within the organization. I think that AI, they have already talked about this, but my point is that AI should not be seen as something just for a few, but this should be available to all staff members of all organizations, universities, of course, but also this should be available to common citizens so that we can carry out our tasks in a better way. Also, continuous training is something very important, and to keep participating of these kind of activities with like FIRST and LACNICS and the OAS. These organizations promote these topics and they disseminate this kind of knowledge so that we can continue building workforce.
Yep. Let's bring it back 1 second because you made an excellent point. Is it the chicken or the egg? No? Are we training technical people into not technical people or not technical people into technical people? And that's a question for the wonders, no? Who knows? Is very difficult. I think either way works. And if you ask me about a trend, and I'm sorry, don't hate me, you brought it up a little bit, is the traditional education when we talk about cybersecurity might be out of the question, maybe not, but it's a new trend that people, you said it yourself, no? That you work with the primary education or with the high schools, and then you even ask yourself if universities even needed for those people that are already technical, et cetera, et cetera. I think that it's needed, the university, especially for the soft skills, no? Working in groups, doing exercises, et cetera, et cetera. But that would be, I think, the biggest trend that I've seen is that traditional education is changing when we talk about cybersecurity. I remember talking to my students when I was at the university and telling them that cybersecurity, like, look at me, you know, like I'm not a technician. I know about cybersecurity. I know about the industry. I know what it's an attack, et cetera. But I'm not able to use a computer, no, basically. So it's very interesting that are like a million different roles within cybersecurity, and every day new roles came up, I think. Come up.
Matthias.
No.
I don't have a lot to add to what they have already said. I do want to go back to what they were saying. In as much as new roles are coming up, but I also think that makes it so that our curricula has to adapt based on those needs. For primary school and high school, if we're looking at different levels of education, I think we also need to implement new plans, and as a matter of fact, more awareness is being raised in our country about the need to make changes in our curricula, so we work on digital hygiene and digital health. And then in terms of the challenges posed by AI to education, what I would say is that this is part of the challenges of digital pedagogy, which is a whole other thing we should discuss, but AI does have a priority role to fulfill there.
Please join me in a round of applause for our thoughtful speakers. And I'll hand it back over to our MC. Thank you.
Gracias, Brian. Ahí hay un espacio para las fotos.
Thank you, Brian. Let's wait for a second so they can take a picture.
Placer. Okay. Para esta sección, recuerden que tienen el hashtag RICET.
For this section, remember we have the RICET 2025 hashtag. If you want to upload messages, pictures, or make any comments whatsoever. Okay, we are almost ready. We now want to yield the floor to Javier Valena from Red Académica Uruguaya. He will be talking about academic network as the cornerstone for the development of cybersecurity capacities. Go ahead, you have the floor. Hi everyone, how are you? Good afternoon everyone. I am Javier Valena and I am part of the Central Information Service for the University of the Republic here in Uruguay, and I am part of the area that manages the academic network for Uruguay. This presentation that I am giving you is on behalf of Red Clara, which is the network of regional networks. These are the points that I will be covering here. Let me tell you a bit about Red Clara. I will tell you about challenges for cybersecurity and the need to develop capacities, the role of national networks to solve challenges, some success stories that have been carried out, and the ongoing initiatives. Red Clara is the Latin American Cooperation Network for Advanced Networks. It has been implemented for the past 20 years, and it was created with the goal of having a high-capacity network that was fully devoted to research and education. It is actually made up of the networks of these countries: RNP from Brazil, Renata from Colombia, CONARE from Costa Rica, Reuna from Chile, Cedia from Ecuador, Ragie from Guatemala, CUDI from Mexico, and RAU from Uruguay. National networks for education and research bring together the higher education institutions and the research institutions of every single country. Over here, we have some data that come from multilateral organizations like the OAS that show that the deficit in Latin America for professionals needed in the area of cybersecurity is somewhere around 60,000. When we're looking at the world, we're looking at a deficit of 3.5 million experts in this area. And another piece of data that is relevant is 71% of the higher education institutions still lack sufficient cybersecurity capacities. Now over here we've got data from a survey conducted through Red Clara in 2023. This survey brought together 8 countries through their national academic networks, and we were able to gather data from 192 higher education institutions. Based on these results, which align with previous data, we were able to see that over 65% of these institutions did not have a formal security plan that was implemented. A similar percentage does not have a cybersecurity area, and 64% of these institutions lack specific budget for cybersecurity. Red Clara has also been working on the maturity index for these academic institutions for higher education. And apart from measuring the cybersecurity maturity of these institutions, we include another component which is centered on the commitment and responsibility of higher education institutions in training talent in the area of cybersecurity, that is. When we analyzed this data about maturity indexes, we were able to see that 27.6% of all institutions offer a graduate degree in cybersecurity, and 35.5% offer postgraduate degrees connected to cybersecurity. Apart from the regional survey conducted by Red Clara, other national networks have conducted complementary work and/or their own surveys, but always following the same lines. And their findings are rather similar to the ones that I just presented. This is the Brazilian case. Brazil conducted their own national analysis, and they were able to find critical gaps in the training of cybersecurity talent in the areas of pen test and ethical hacking, in secure developing, in digital forensics, and malware analysis. So these are the 3 points highlighted by Brazil as a result of their analysis. And within the capacities that they were able to pinpoint in their analysis, they realized that 58.5% of the organizations do have staff that knows how to manage their systems securely. 27.6% have incident response teams, and over 30% manage the information. But however, we do see that there is a gap, that there is room for improvement here, because these numbers should continue growing. Mexico has the National Mexican Network. They conducted a very similar analysis at the national level as Brazil had done, and their results also match the data, at least in certain points, from what was found in Brazil, in the need for information ethical hacking, for digital forensics. Safe development is also a need that was actually seen, as well as cyber defense and cybersecurity. These are findings from the Mexico network, showing that 75.85% of all the institutions did not have a risk management plan. 51.18% of the institutions do not carry out vulnerability tests, and they do not carry out penetration tests. And 65% of the institutions had suffered attacks in the last 12 months. So the data from Brazil and from Mexico and from the regional survey follow the same lines. Now, based on these data, Red Clara decided what course to follow based on where there was room for improvement or based on the spaces in which we could provide assistance. We were able to identify that 48.5% of the institutions at the regional level have suffered incidents in the last 12 months, that only 1 out of 4 of these institutions have an information security management system. So there's a lot of room for improvement there. We also notice that there are capacities in some of the regional networks that have their own CICTEs, but for some reason, the institutions that are part of those national networks actually do not know of those capacities and they don't leverage them to their full extent. There are national networks that have their own CICTEs, and they have people that have enough capacity to provide assistance in the creation of security policies or in the implementation of a security system. And yet, what we observe is that this is not being leveraged by these institutions. So, based on this, we identified this gap, and we realized that we needed to find better ways to articulate the work and provide visibility so that the resources already available are leveraged while we continue growing in other areas. In order to identify and study the priorities of these ecosystems, this year Red Clara carried out a survey among academia, cybersecurity directors, heads of cybersecurity, IT directors of the different institutions as well. And this work took around 5 months. And it enabled us to identify what were the priority needs. Based on the work that we conducted, we were able to see that 71% of those people believe that the institutions require advanced, specialized training in cybersecurity. 66% of these institutions have financial limitations to implement software, hardware, and training solutions. That is, they do not have sufficient funds and resources to carry this out. And 62% lack the suitable infrastructure to protect their networks and to provide safe training. Because when we're working in the area of security, obviously, it is important, as it is always, to have a space for training, to have laboratories. Now, if we go back to analyses from the OAS, here we see some needs. For example, the fact that we don't have enough students that are focused on science and technology careers. There is a disconnect between the demands of the industry and what the education system is offering. In some cases, the students do not know about certain tracks that they can study in order to specialize, so they don't really know what are the courses that they can take if they actually want to become specialists in this area. Then we've got specific cybersecurity trainings that are not always easy to access. And this is something that we see on the side of the demand. Sometimes it's more important for the industry to have experience and actually to be trained in an area. Another thing that still stands is that organizations have very weak talent retention programs. So those companies that can offer better salaries tend to have better access to talent in the area of cybersecurity because the offer cannot cover the demand at this point. There is also a lack of a common language, which is very important. And in this case, I'm mostly referring to the fact that many times the heads of security don't always know how to express cybersecurity needs to the managers of the companies and to the boards of the directors. It's hard for them to explain that they need to work on cybersecurity, and the same happens with the universities. And we are always falling behind in terms of diversity and inclusion, for example, at the level of gender. I think data shows that only 22% out of the 100% of professionals that are working in cybersecurity are women. So based on all of this, we do notice that there is a clear need to match the capacities to the demand. And that is why we say we need to have an ecosystem articulator to connect academia to industry and meet the demands by building new skills. And that is where national networks for research and education come in. They are natural articulators for this ecosystem. The national networks have interconnected infrastructure. They provide high-speed networks to connect academic institutions. They have ample experience because they have been operating for many, many years, and they have earned the trust, especially in the area of security, which is of the utmost importance, mind you. They have specialized experts, especially in the area of security and critical operations. So these national networks have specialized teams that are experts at different levels, at the level of the network and at the level of the application at the different layers. Through Red Clara, we have a regional approach, and we are able to accommodate a neutral articulation. So we're not simply providing connectivity, but rather we are enabling capacities across the entire ecosystem. And if I now go back to success stories, in Brazil, through the national network, a program called Hackers for Good is being managed that works on these 4 pillars that you see here, which is human resources training, R&D, governance and cybersecurity ecosystems, and the creation of a national cybersecurity hub. This is a program that has been implemented for several years. It has over 3,000 certificates issued since its first implementation. There are several internships of people that have already been certified by the program. They are developing innovation processes and 11 projects that came about after this program. Other initiatives that were conducted are, for example, the one of CULI, the Mexico Network, which is bringing together people responsible for information security in universities so that they can share experiences and build common projects that are of interest to academia. In Chile, we've got the REUNA network that has developed a program for essential skills for cybersecurity, which defines a framework of skills, basic skills, to move safely in the digital space. This program allows for certifying these abilities as well. It provides a set of basic skills that are necessary for all citizens, and the program allows the citizens to get a certificate. Now, at the regional level, through Red Clara and LAC 4, we have provided trainings in the creation of CICTEs, empowering regional and national networks so that they can create their own CICTEs and so that they can also train education institutions that are part of the national network, so that in a way they can implement the knowledge and share it in the different institutions. We also do tabletop exercises to strengthen capacities. And together with these tabletop exercises, we provide train the trainer courses so that those trainers can then pour that knowledge into the institutions that they are working in. Also at the regional level, Red Clara, together with CERN from Europe, has been exchanging commitment indicators together with MISP. And based on those programs, we were able to launch workshops to train the experts from different networks, discussing how to share those commitment indicators. We also included workshops to analyze ransomware cases and learn from the experience of other places. And these are some of the initiatives that we will be launching as of next year. There are different national networks that are already offering cybersecurity trainings. Red Clara is now providing for an academy on emerging technologies. And this academy will have a single portal by which people from different national institutions from Brazil and Mexico can access courses. This platform will provide people with the opportunity to take courses at different national networks outside of their countries, like one in Mexico, one in Brazil, another in Ecuador maybe, who knows. And by doing this, they can get training in a special area. And based on the needs that I had mentioned before, like for example, the fact that 62% of the institutions were lacking in infrastructure, not just to protect themselves, but also to provide training. Based on something like that, we created this cybersecurity test bed that works on these 6 scenarios in order to build laboratories for training. We have a malware lab to conduct forensic analyses, a network simulator to implement complex topologies for IoT, pen testing platforms, threat intelligence, CTFs based on regional threats, and then the response center. Out of these 6 scenarios, we believe 3 will be implemented next year.
Acá está un poco, bueno, los tiempos, digamos, que están planificados para... ¿no?
This is the timeline for these initiatives. During the first quarter, we will be launching this Emerging Technologies Academy. During quarter 3, we will be implementing the cybersecurity test bed, and in Q4, we will be launching the first regional certifications recognized for academia. Well, that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias Javier por tu participación.
Thank you, Javier, for your presentation. And with that, we have more information about how universities, the public and private sector are currently working. And we found out also on how to train a workforce that is ready to fight cybercrime, while at the same time protecting ourselves, especially when using mobile phones that are everywhere. So now let's continue with another speaker that is about the evolution of responsibilities and functions in quantum computing and AI times. Moderating this panel, we'll have Donovan Johnson, that is assistant professor on public policies and administration from the FIU. Please come to stage.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I know I'm standing between you and gin and tonic, so I promise that we'll be as brief as possible with this panel. This panel is focused on cybersecurity in the age of quantum computing and AI. The themes of these fields of research and practice present new challenges, but at the same time, new opportunities. I am pleased to be joined by a panel of experts, of persons much smarter than myself. I'm only tasked with leading this conversation. So I am lucky to be joined by Jimena Mora Corredor, the Senior Corporate Counsel at Microsoft in the Digital Crimes Unit. Also, Mr. Timothy King, and you can make your way, and Timothy is a cyber education and emerging technology specialist. Give them a round of applause as they come, ladies and gentlemen. Here is Jimena. And Mauro Flores, Head of Cybersecurity at NetLabs. And finally, Hugo Dario Miguel, the former Undersecretary of ICT and Planning. I'm going to start the conversation. We hope to have this conversation in 3 parts, starting by looking at emerging technologies and the new cyber risk landscape that these emerging technologies present. And I'd like to start with Jimena. Jimena, from your work at Microsoft and the vantage point that you occupy in that portfolio, what are the most significant changes you're seeing as AI and quantum computing advance?
Bueno, voy a contestar en español.
Okay, I will answer in Spanish because I feel kind of awkward speaking in English in Latin American countries. Okay, so the quantum computing perspective, we have identified a risk that is, it's about the harvesting of data for encrypted information. So there is a risk that we have identified, even though this technology is estimated to be implemented in the year 2033. Some topics to take into account. We need to start working right now. All this transition post-quantum computing needs to start right now. We need to work on international standards, and we need to start discussing those standards, implementing those standards, because that is a reality that there's no doubt will have an impact on digital security as we know it. When it comes to AI, well, we are right now seeing all the changes. I think that the implementation of ChatGPT Copilot that is a Microsoft tool, it's a Copilot because we humans are the pilots. We humans are the ones in charge of operations. We have identified a risk and opportunity, as it happens with all emerging technologies. So this thing about implementing new technology is not new. Internet can be considered a great tool or a huge weapon, and the same happens with AI. We have seen how cyber criminals use AI to study the attack surfaces in a very efficient way. They are also using AI to identify vulnerabilities, and in some cases, day zero vulnerabilities that for technology companies are a very important component when it comes to users' security. Also, we have seen how generative AI can be used for images. I think that we are familiar with deepfakes, and you talk for 2 seconds and criminals will identify your voice, your face, and they will be carrying out fraud operations on our behalf. But there's some, there's a silver lining on every cloud. We believe that AI is a tool that can be used to address topics such as workforce. We have mentioned that workforce and training, there's a gap there between one and the other at global level and in our region. So AI can be helpful to reach a balance, to strike a balance, okay, or to bridge those gaps. Data analysis, technical issues. Today I was telling you that Microsoft analyzes 100 trillion daily signals. Multiply that 4 times 365. Imagine the amount of information and capacities generated from the analysis of that information is internal disruption and the prevention of certain behaviors. It would be impossible for Microsoft to block 4 trillion phishing email messages that our users get daily without AI. As in everything in life, this is about a balance. Quantum computing is a new way of improving humankind in topics connected to health, biotechnology. The transforming power of this is going to be huge, as it happened with AI. Some years ago, it would have been impossible for us to imagine the reach of internet, and the same will happen with these new technologies. And this is not new for humankind, right?
Thank you so much, Jimena. I want to briefly go back on a point you raised just now, the balance that's needed. A lot of that has to do with the right framework, the governance framework, the corporate governance framework, the legal frameworks that have to be in place to help regulate that balance. What, from a corporate governance perspective, have you found to be the major challenges in that? And I'll come to Timothy later on from a research educational perspective, but Jimena, what are the main roadblocks to corporate governance frameworks that need to adapt to strike this balance in this new age?
Claro que sí.
Well, this should be among the priorities of managers or boards of the different companies, regardless of the legal nature, if they are public or private. If we talk about cybersecurity as a new trend, in this panel, we cannot say that cybersecurity is a new trend. Cybersecurity is a very important part of digital transformation. These topics connected to AI, quantum computing, and cybersecurity should be addressed by executive directors when they are dealing with digital transformation. We cannot talk about digital transformation without talking about these two topics. Implementing technologies. It is crucial that public and private companies are aware or are implementing IT technologies. Today we talked about this early in the morning. We're still thinking that cloud technology is optional. It is not. The cloud is a tool that makes data analysis and measures to be implemented to strengthen critical infrastructure as efficient. If we don't do that, we're going to have isolated processes that are fragmented, and at the end of the day, we won't be able to relay them in order to apply them in an efficient way. And that's what we are seeing right now in AI. I cannot imagine what's going to happen in 2033 when we will be starting using quantum computing. Imagine, we need to strike that balance with awareness and implementing IT technologies, training. So we need to understand what quantum computing is, what is LLMs, large language models, how can I use them to my advantage, how can I make my processes more efficient, not only in connection to security, but also management and having a vision for risk management. It doesn't matter which technology you are using, if executive directors and companies and we as users are aware that what we need to do is to have the right risk management. In that case, that can be applied to all technologies.
Is, from an academic research perspective, is the research there to support the development of the kind of frameworks that are necessary to, one, strike the balance that Jimena is asking us to strike, and to support the development of emerging technologies as we implement them, not just in public but private service?
I think the issue with education is we tend to like to systematize things. So when there's an emerging technology, say AI, that's the clear and present danger here. So in 2022, when suddenly GPT was everywhere, education was staggered by it. And it took some time to catch up again. For me, what I found was if I integrated the AI immediately and didn't ban it, but rather encouraged students to try and assess it, we integrated it very quickly. What the problem was almost everybody else was banning it. So when you're trying to make new technologies work and understand what they are, I think the worst thing you can do is ban it, because in most cases students are just going to go home and do it anyway.
Yeah, as a researcher myself, I'm not very. I think we're getting there in terms of the amount of research we need. One, frameworks are very difficult. One, because they are sector specific and different regions require different things, and so I think more research needs to be done. But I think you're spot on that analysis. But I'd like to touch your brain, pick your brain on the point of automation. Do you think that it's overwhelming the defenders or helping the defenders?
When we look at AI, everybody thinks artificial intelligence, and I feel that that's almost a marketing term. It's not intelligent at all. But it's a great big data trick, and when you collect enough data, it can look remarkably like intelligence. One of the challenges we found when we were looking at red team AIs was they would do very strange things that make no sense and maybe aren't even actually a cyber attack. Maybe they're just, because it doesn't know what it's doing. It tends to iterate and try different things. So one of the defenses we found, one of my students described it as, it used to be we would play tennis and the hacker would be on the other side of the net and you would keep returning the ball. And then what happened with AI is the hackers could very quickly set up tennis ball machines that just start shooting balls. And they're not very good, and they're not aimed well. But suddenly the tennis court is full of balls, and you don't know what to do, and you're still standing there with a racket looking completely confused. So one of the things we started thinking was, well, do we raise the net? But then at what point are we not playing tennis anymore, and do we actually damage the system? So for students, when they're assessing AI, one of the things I really encourage them not to do is anthropomorphize it and start to think it's coming at you like a human being, because it isn't. And in a lot of cases, you tend to think it's doing more than it is. So as a defender, I think that's one of those things we have to teach students to understand what the technology is and then exploit its limitations.
Yeah, I agree with you. Hugo, given your strategic and defense background, Renee gave us a stunning presentation yesterday about cyber and space. How do you view cyberspace as a domain of conflict, especially at the convergence of quantum and AI?
Bueno, voy a responder en español porque
Well, I'll answer in Spanish because most of the audience speaks Spanish. When it comes to the cyberspace domain and the way in which it is managed, we have to take into account, when we talk about emerging technologies, everything gets a little bit more complicated. When we mention that cyberspace is something that we need to consider as a logical definition that has no physical consistency. That logical dimension is based on aspects that can get more complex thanks to emerging technologies such as AI and quantum computing. In fact, quantum computing and AI are logical models dealing with uncertainty. So a fundamental difference is, one, the quantum computing, this phenomena can be simultaneous, while in AI works with probability. This will generate an impact on the profile of professionals working in cybersecurity. It is not enough to know about the processes. During all these presentations, we learned about the traditional scheme of cybersecurity that is based on standards and processes and being able to solve those problems set by the threat using our traditional approach. Now we are in an uncertainty scenario. What we need to do is that the worker of the future that is working on that border of cyberspace will be connected to the use of probability models, quantum probability, classic quantum, and also engineering. And with an extra piece is that these systems will be converging and complementary. It's not one or the other. Because that's a way we humans solve a problem where we don't know what to do. We start trying different options. If we do that, if we adopt one solution, we will need to reassess the risks. And we will need to reassess security measures. In the case of quantum computing, we're going to have one model for processing and one model on applied computing, quantum computing for the physical realm. When we started working in cybersecurity, we were working with models. There were two different areas, a military component that was limited to connectivity and to the process of control and command, and another approach that was based on IT for offices. Now we have to have a full convergence. The cybersecurity professional will need to know about both areas. Encryption systems, data protection, and once we have encrypted information, we need to go and follow the opposite mechanism. We need to work on defense and attack, and also on the need to work with ontologic engineering for knowledge models. Those models will tell us about the evolution of these areas and this constant evolution.
Thank you so much, Hugo. Hold on to your mic. I'm following up with you on a point. I'm still on this point raised by Jimena of the balance that we need to strike. Quantum AI presents many opportunities. They also present many threats. How do, from your strategic security background, how do we reconcile this obvious need for this technology and the risks that it presents? How do states unlock that puzzle of getting the benefits that we want from quantum and AI while also keeping the risks at bay, as well as the threat actors, practically speaking?
Hablando prácticamente con respecto a
Okay, talking about the capacities of including quantum logics and AI in our cyber model for a conflict scenario, there are a lot of capacity, and also there's an increase in the risk map. We need to reassess the risks, and we need to learn to assess those risks in an uncertainty model. They are not different to regular risk, but now we can quantify them, and we need to do it in a way that we can define defense mechanisms for each of the alternatives detected in that risk model. So we have a real uncertainty model with decisions to be made, and the need to analyze that with a convergence model. We are talking about quantum computing or AI. This implies a lot of infrastructure on which we need to start building. For quantum computing and AI, I need to have the convergence of the computing capacity, energy requirements, and the capacity for data transmission. It doesn't work if it is isolated, so I will have a convergence, and I will create a network on which we're going to be applying all the security measures, and that is a new scenario for conflict.
I'm thinking, and I think it sets the stage for the question I need to ask Mauro. You lead cybersecurity teams on the ground. Hugo is telling us that we need to do all of these things, these very complex models sometimes, and I do agree. But from your perspective, leading a team on the ground, how far are we from the point that Hugo just explained? Should we be worried? Well, I'm already worried, but I leave you to be the bearer of bad news.
Bueno, yo creo que en la última Quantum Week los tiempos que se estimaron para tener computadoras cuánticas con capacidades de amenazar.
The time expected to have quantum computers I think that the time expected is like we are 20 years away from that point of having quantum computers. Now there has been some changes in the architecture of quantum computers because the architecture models of computers reached its limit for scalability. So now we are around 200 qubits, logic qubits, and to escalate that, we need to change the architecture, and that is what we are currently working on. Estimations is that in 15, 20 years, if everything goes as planned, we may be having the first quantum computers that may have real applications. They are not expected to be used for encryption because for that you need more capacity. Probably the first applications available will be more focused on biology and that kind of analysis that require less computing capacities. I also believe that there's another risk introduced by quantum computing because we tend to focus on cryptography. Another risk by quantum computing that is connected to cybersecurity, that is advantage, but also a disadvantage, is the capacity of search on non-ordered texts that generates the capacity of having some breach in security connected to privacy. The opportunity is that this will allow us to look for information much easier than today. There are Google and other stakeholders interested in the development of these technologies, but at the same time, they can be at risk for privacy. And if you allow me, something that I believe is really interesting and important when defining the risks that we're going to be facing in the future, I believe that it is important to understand from the conceptual standpoint, we need to understand what is possible and what is not, okay, and how quantum computing works. Because if we don't understand it, if we don't know about the capacities of these new technologies, we're going to start dreaming about possibilities that are not real. I think that there's a clear need to try to better understand the real applications of quantum computing in the future, which are the problems that we will be able to address, and that if we do that, then we will be able to define in a better way the potential risks introduced in cybersecurity.
Jimena, I'm going to beat this point again on balance, striking the balance. And the point where I want to bring you on this point, when this balance does not occur from a corporate perspective, when this misalignment is at play, how does it manifest? What does the fallout look like? I'm asking that question because I imagine this occurs a lot in the corporate space and it manifests itself in different ways, and corporate entities sort of find themselves in a kind of uncomfortable position, sometimes not understanding what's happening in the organization. But when this misalignment is occurring, this balance is not taking place, how does it manifest?
Bueno, pues muchas gracias por la pregunta.
Okay, so first of all, thank you for the question, is to strike that balance. That is one of the main objectives that we are promoting for Microsoft. I think that this balance or lack of balance happens when an incident takes place in an organization and then people have to face it either in a traditional way or by implementing new technologies. Because actors and cyber criminals will be using the most sophisticated tools. AI may not be intelligent, but there's no doubt that it makes processes way easier and easier to escalate. For instance, in these trends, when we talk about crime as a service, you don't need to be an expert to hire malware in the deep web and basically have a successful attack on somebody else. So when we talk to people on how to deal with this, and when we work with the footprints of this attack, in some cases, so when we see that, or when that happens, we have a lack of balance. We need to think about the internal capacities in the company or in our infrastructure to consider all these different possibilities for an incident. And one of the things that we see is how AI helps us to balance the whole ecosystem. And it helps, this is debatable, let me tell you, that I'm talking about the fact that AI agents, these agents are sometimes questioned when it comes to accountability, liabilities, transparency. Who is responsible for what an AI agent does? But at the end of the day, these may be tools that can help us to reach that balance. Obviously, I mean, they need the right training, right? We need that there are biases in AI. That's no secret. But if we train our own algorithms at the internal level, as companies, as technology companies, we use AI from other companies that work in an ethical way. Ethics on AI is not mandatory. It's just part of the commitment of the institution. And that is something that we need to work on and to find out more when we hire companies providing these services. That strike can be seen, and that is from the standpoint of cybersecurity.
You always give me good points to pick up on. You said this is debatable, and we're going to try and have that debate. Timothy, you're up first. Jimenez says it's debatable in the context of who is responsible when AI does something wrong. So I'm going to ask you the question quite pointedly. Who is responsible?
That was actually, I'm going to take those off, that's crazy. That was actually the big talk we had last night. Dan and Nick and I went out for dinner, and Nick's coming at it from a legal perspective, and Dan and I are coming at it from a what's possible perspective. Nick from this morning, Wampa.
Oh, is he here?
Yeah, he's on his way.
I'd love to have him join the debate, but come to
Yeah, no, we want to do a panel now. But what's interesting at it is that the engineers want to see what's possible, and then you've got the legal trying to apply the brakes. And the difference between the two is incredible. For us, one of the big challenges is attribution of a cyber attack, which is why they keep happening. We have so many cyber attacks because you can throw them out there and there's a good chance no one will ever know you did it. And that's an original human-made cyber attack. You now get an LLM involved, and you've stepped back one, and now even if they did find out who did it, now it's a machine doing it. So Nick said, how do you apply the law to that? He's actually afraid we're at the end of law because of AI, because of that agency. And then with agentic AI we have now, it's a further step back. We're an abstraction inside an abstraction inside an abstraction. And for people to understand where the attacks are coming from, especially when the machines will just keep doing them, they won't stop if you don't want them to. They will just keep rolling. So there are so many attacks, attribution's already difficult, and after AI, it's only going to become cloudier.
Pero, ¿puedo decir algo?
Go ahead.
May I say something, though? But we can contain those attacks using that same logic, right? Yes, we have the proliferation of cyber attacks. They're being rolled out by machines, like you said, but those same machines can at the same time help us defend that compromised surface, right? So yes, I think AI in a way kind of leveled the playing ground, right? This battlefield, because criminals had to be successful in that attack, and it was a one-time shot, but now they have AI, and because of AI, yes, they can attack many times, but we can strike a balance, like you guys like, right? We can balance out the offense and the defense. At least that's how I see that AI is helping.
True, but when you're doing offensive AI, you can throw it out there, fire and forget, and see what happens. If you're doing defensive AI, you cannot do that, and you're always in a responsive position. You might be able to get out in front and iterate ahead of it, but you're guessing. And like I said, when they're shooting all those tennis balls at you, some of them don't make any sense, so you're not going to think to defend it. And if you don't set up the AI to do that too, you end up really stuck. I really wish it was balanced, but I'm afraid it won't be.
Renee, I saw you were shaking your head. Do you have a perspective on this? I'm interested in hearing what you have to say about this. No? I'm going to continue with you, Timothy. In this kind of complex thing that we're trying to resolve, like Jimena says, and I agree with you, Jimena, training is necessary. How is it that educational institutions must respond to this, practically speaking? I know we have talked about some things in very general, abstract sense, but how do education institutions respond to this?
Let me try a little lesson right now live.
Go ahead.
So in this room, roughly speaking, how many quantum devices do you think are running right now?
I have a feeling you're going to tell
Yeah,
us.
so everybody has their phone handy? Yeah? Every phone has 15 to 20 billion transistors in it. These are field effect transistors. Field effect transistors use quantum mechanics to work. Your phone is already using quantum mechanics. This is the 100th year of quantum mechanics being discovered. It's the year of quantum. This is not new technology. All of the LEDs surrounding us, they all run on quantum mechanics as well. Solid state memory runs on quantum mechanics. We're already quantum, so it's not the next big thing. We're surrounded by quantum. Digital is quantum. But what's happening next with quantum computing is that we are no longer forcing determinism on, we're using the strange effects at the quantum level to produce an entirely new kind of computing. It is not a fast digital computer. A quantum computer is a completely different animal. And I think if people don't understand that, and they think quantum is something that's 20 years away and have never seen quantum before, you literally have it in your hand. But if that's where the education comes in, I think. If we can create the framework and people all understand where we're coming from and where we're going, you can see we're on a track. It's not something in the future, it's something we're elevating towards.
Mauro, I'm going to put Timothy on the spot, and the question I'm asking you is Timothy oversimplifying it by saying quantum is in our hands? I know there's a perspective that quantum is, you said it's probably 20 years away. He said it's in our hands.
He said quantum computing is 20 years away. He's right.
Yeah, I think that it may depend on the point that you want to see. Of course, we are all in a quantum world, but we are not, we don't see the quantum effects because that is, yeah, but that is, if you have to go to the Planck, dimension to see the quantum effect before, if you are greater than that, you are not going to notice the quantum effect. And as a matter of fact, that is a problem that it's one of the problems that has for the new chips that you may have. So one of the stops that you have for making the chips even smaller is because you're starting to get the quantum effect. So you start to get the tunnel effect, and you got to take that kind of things that makes that a logical one becomes a logical zero because a state changes in a spontaneous way because you are so small that you are starting to perceive the quantum effect. So in a way, the world is a quantum world, let's say, but we do not perceive those effects. What quantum computer is trying to use is those quantum effects, that things are not true or false, but you can have several states at the same time and use that property of quantums to make calculations and to make operations on that. So in a way, I maybe agree with you, but I still think that before we can use quantum computing, we are going to wait a little bit longer. We can use it now, but with smaller number of qubits for something that can be applicable. Well, speaking in English. Sorry. Okay, sorry. So we can use computers to perform actions that have some to be useful for us. We have to wait a little bit longer yet.
So just to push back on some of the other things that were said as well, the field effect transistors we're using right now have shrunk to the point, like you said, we've reached a limit. But guess what we're inventing? Tunneling field effect transistors, TFETs. And a TFET will allow us to use quantum tunneling instead of pushing energy over the barrier, which takes more electricity, drains batteries. And this isn't far away. This is 2030, likely. By 2030, you'll start to see consumer electronics using TFETs that are much more efficient because they're using quantum mechanics. We're using quantum like we were using steam engines a long time ago. Our quantum mechanics is not great right now, and that's why we have these terrible phones. All of your phones are terrible. But what's going to happen in the future is they'll only become more efficient as we learn to harness the quantum, which we're there now. So it's a very exciting time, I think.
Yeah, I completely agree that we're very exciting time, and one of the problems that we don't quite. I'm not a physicist. I am
not either.
This conversation should be taken by physicists that dedicated to quantum. But one of the things is that we do not quite understand how quantum mechanics works. We see that it works, but we don't really understand why things work in some of the cases. So we cannot go beyond what we cannot understand. Yeah. So in many cases, we are using like kind of blind effects.
Yeah. Nobel Prize this year, right?
Yeah.
For physics? Yeah, it was for quantum effects in electronics.
Yeah.
That was the Nobel Prize this year.
I want to come to Hugo. Hugo, they are squabbling over there around some of the challenges and so forth. The government plays a very important role in all of this. What role, a catalytic role, do you think the government should play, given your experience in government, to bring the squabblers together, to settle some of the disputes, and to advance the benefits of quantum and AI for everyone?
I think the role of the government in facilitating the development of these kinds of activities, both AI and quantum computing, is important. Nowadays, in Argentina, we are working on changing the production matrix in certain areas in which we want to facilitate the development of AI data centers and quantum computing data centers. And that also calls for a change in our energy mixes. And that is a fundamental discussion. And the government plays a key role because the government needs to enable these developments either by providing tax deductions for the deployment of data centers, as well as how to provide connectivity so that those data centers can be integrated over the national and international grids that are already existing.
I think you're spot on that. In terms of regional organizations or international organizations like the OAS and so forth, how can regional cooperation mechanisms strengthen the resilience, especially in a Latin American context?
If I'm talking about organizations like the OAS and other multilateral organizations in which we are working, I think that providing a space for shared use of facilities is something great. So maybe we can have facilities to access backbones, data processing centers, sharing those data centers and those facilities while working on integrated models, for example, for weather forecasting or having threat detection systems, implies that we can all have shared protocols, work on that data, and thus we can expand our capacity to cooperate and to contain threats, as we are, of course, part of one of these multilateral organizations. And by doing all of this, we can work jointly and expand our networks of experts and professionals that are working in the area.
Totally agreed. Jimena, I'm over to you. And the question is balance again, but balance in a different way. Hugo is saying to us, multinational corporations can do these many things, but organizations like the OAS often work in countries that have varied maturity levels. How do they balance delivering these very important, I'll call them services for now, while also balancing the variations in regions where regulatory maturity is concerned?
Sí. Una de las posibilidades que vemos es que temas.
One of the opportunities I think that we have is that when we're working with cybersecurity, quantum computing, and AI, we can include them in the national cybersecurity strategies. If we do that, I believe that the region will be able to grow exponentially. In the past few days, we were able to see how the ANSI from Chile provides us with good practices for the creation of cybersecurity agencies. They work on institutional capacity building, and maybe they can share their experience and reach those countries that don't have those maturity levels. In some of our countries in the region, we don't have electricity in all the areas. So how can we talk to those nations about quantum computing, cybersecurity, and AI when people can't switch on a light at home or don't have access to the internet? I think that's our challenge as public agencies and as private stakeholders. How do we provide people with access to technologies for communication and information technologies? And I think cybersecurity strategies are a great tool to scale up and promote equitable access from the government to the people. Cybersecurity strategies at the national level can enable us to establish public-private alliances to build institutional capacities. We actually have threat intelligence agreements, and Microsoft shares information with CICTE Americas about things that we identify as possibly threats, or things that once analyzed by the threats can lead to remediating situations or managing threats. Microsoft has actually established certain education initiatives through LinkedIn. LinkedIn is an institutional platform, not just to promote your work profile, but it's also a space for training, and Microsoft actually makes this training initiative called Skilled for Jobs available for people in LinkedIn. Basically, it provides courses on AI, covering the most basic concepts about AI, all the way up to threat hunting processes for cybersecurity. So these are very easy things to do. The platforms are already available and people can use them, but perhaps they don't even know that they have those options available to them. And by creating these spaces, I think those states that maybe don't have electricity for everyone, but at the same time they need to mind quantum computing and put it in their agenda, they can build capacities in their territories.
I wish we had more time, but I'll give all the panelists one last... See? Oh, yeah. One last wrap-up. A final question. In one sentence, what does
a future-ready cybersecurity workforce looks like in the age of AI and quantum? In one quick sentence, starting with you, Hugo.
For me, the future is the education. The focus must be placed in the education, and we need to work to developing skills in some things that appears like very basic, but the focus in the developing skills over logic, diffuse logic, quantum logic, and classical logic is very important to understand the way to develop these new kind of scenarios.
Thank you. Mauro?
Vuelvo al español.
I am going back to Spanish. I think on the side of cybersecurity, generally speaking, the future looks challenging but thrilling. It's a bit of both. And I agree with Timothy, I'm sorry, not with Timothy, with Hugo, in that no, I agree with Hugo in that education is definitely key if we want to be ready to meet those challenges head on and design together by bringing public and private educations to the table, as well as education institutions, a way to have the professionals we need to meet those challenges.
Tim?
I'm going to say something difficult. So I think a future cybersecurity expert, in one of the earlier panels, they were talking about sort of hyper-specializing into like aerospace or something, and I thought that was very strange. I've worked in IT across many industries, and I did not need to retrain each time. So my pushback would be, I think a cybersecurity specialist needs to scope out in a much bigger way. I don't think the cloud is a sure thing. I think hyperscaling the cloud has created this massive deck of like house of cards that's very fragile. And I think a cybersecurity specialist should be able to know when to pull the plug, should be able to know when to use edge AI instead of a cloud-based AI, locally processing on your network so that you're not throwing all that data out there. So much of what we've done is expose ourselves through this constant connection. And how much of your data really needs to be in the cloud? I think that's a fair question. I think cybersecurity specialists should be aware of that and then think what's best practice.
Thank you. Jimena?
I think cybersecurity in the future is an opportunity. It's an opportunity based on the lessons that we have learned throughout other digital transformations. I think we have been able to learn a lot. We have a lot of knowledge available to us that we didn't have in the past. And I want to go back to information technologies. They might entail some risks, but they are an opportunity. Imagine what COVID would have been like, the pandemic without the internet. I mean, we wouldn't have been able to work, go to school, have access to healthcare. So although these technologies can build up anxiety among us and make us feel a bit edgy, I think they're mostly a great opportunity. So that from our experience, we can all build a safer digital space. Thank you.
Jimena, I initially thought we were standing between you and Gin and Tonic, but it's actually Barbara and Carrie-Anne who are coming up next, and I have an interesting story to tell you about Barbara, but at another time. Give my panelists a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for having us. Thanks for listening.
Y podemos darle también un aplauso especial para el moderador, para Donovan también.
And please, a special round of applause for Donovan, our moderator, as well. Thank you.
de alguna manera ya fue anunciado por el moderador anterior.
As our previous moderator mentioned, it is a pleasure to invite here on stage Barbara Perez Furones, Deputy Director of Marketing and Communications for FYIU, and Carrie Ann Barrett, Head of the Cybersecurity Section for CICTE OAS. They will be providing the closing remarks for today.
Perfecto. Hello, Uruguay, again. I am so pleased to be standing here with my partner in crime, Barbara, to close RICET and our symposio. Some quick stats. Over 1,000 persons signed up to come to symposio this year. We selected 111. Guess how many of us showed up here? 360 persons have been in symposio this year. It's our largest symposio ever, and we thank the government of Uruguay and the team for allowing us to do that. A better statistic, over 250 persons followed us on live streaming for the past 2 days. So in total, we've had almost, the math, 600 persons have actually watched this. So Barbara, I'm thinking like some of the things that have stood out to me for the past 2 days have really been, one, apparently I need a Tinder account, because clearly if you don't have a Tinder account, you're not a cybersecurity professional, according to Adrienne. But aside from the Tinder account, I think seeing the community of practice here together under the umbrella of the OAS FIU NICE, I think it really shows that the cybersecurity community in Latin America and the Caribbean have realized how important, one, identifying from space to submarine cable and the threats are important, and how important education and training is. How about you? What are some of the things that stood out to you?
I mean, that is one of the strongest takeaways today, is that building cyber resilience starts with investment in education and training. So that's what they said in this panel. So education is extremely important. We heard repeatedly how critical it is to have not just reactive incident responders, but a resilient, prepared, continuously evolving workforce. And while human capital is at the center of it, it cannot be the only thing that we focus on that unless countries are consistently want to invest in those capabilities. So also cross-sectors collaboration between government and industry and academia that really affirms the importance of this initiative at RICET. So all the voices are on the table are working on one goal. And then to your point, Carrie, in your view, how do forums like RICET contribute to advancing a more coordinated regional approach cybersecurity? And can you talk about some of the other initiatives OAS is doing to strengthen cybersecurity resilience in the Americas?
I think just for everyone to really be thinking about why do we do RICET and why do we do it with Symposio? I think for the Organization of American States, for doing cybersecurity capacity building for the past 20 years, we recognize that investment is in education. And I think some of the initiatives that you've heard mentioned over and over and over, we need to be able to start thinking through, just like the last panel, what is the next? And how do we really prepare for that? I think in like earnesty, every year that we do this, it gets better and better because we're actually adapting to the threats that we're seeing. But Barbara, from your perspective though, with RICET, it aims to strengthen like regional alignment and knowledge sharing. But what concrete steps can we take collectively in this gathering after today going forward?
So as a region, we have to recognize that policy is still quite fragmented. So both across countries and sometimes within. And so in many cases, the policies we have don't yet match those outcomes. So those are some things, how do we match it? How do we get that alignment, right? We discussed alignment during the first panel with Gringo Loco, you know? So those are some of the things we do. But at FIU, we deeply are committed to keeping that momentum going through trainings. You know, that's one of the concrete steps, is to establish a regional working group or a virtual forum to keep that knowledge sharing across all those platforms. So.
And I think for us at the OAS, we want to just wrap this up by saying thank you to all of you. This has been one of the most fun symposia I think we've had on RICET in years, because the intimacy that Uruguay was able to provide us. So on that note, I want to thank Fabiana and her entire team. It was so easy working with them. I want to thank David as well, our orchestra, in actually doing this. We want to actually thank all our donors and our sponsors who've actually made this possible. Did you see the cool thermos that we got? Like, I have my mate ready and I have my thermos ready.
Well, I've never drank mate, so I'm really excited to try it in my new thermos. So.
But thank you, everyone. Bienvenido. Enjoy the rest of the time here in Uruguay, and thank you for coming. We see you next year.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you both for those incredible closing remarks. I am so sorry, but you need to listen to me for a couple more seconds because we do have a surprise for all of you. It is fresh off the oven, actually, like hot bread. I do hope you have all enjoyed your stay here in Uruguay, in Montevideo. I also hope that you are able to see other spots in the country and that you take good memories home with you. I'm waiting for the bat signal.
I don't know what to do. like
I'm gonna help. Te voy a ayudar.
First of all, I would like to thank you all for being here, and since we have some extra seconds so we can save our presenter here, I would like to share something with you. We would love to have your feedback. Sometimes some people said that they didn't have time to participate or to get involved in the process. Our idea with this symposium is just to share information in these 2 very intense days. Schedules are tight. Our idea is behind this symposium is that this is just the tip of the iceberg of all the things that are happening. After the pandemic, we decided to start again with the symposium in person, and because we feel that there's some extra energy in that, in being physically present. We have panelists here, not for them to talk just for half an hour. The idea is to have them available to you in these 2 days during coffee breaks, lunch breaks. And because that is the idea behind this. I know that you probably have a lot of questions. I know that. And sometimes it's kind of frustrating, right? Not having the time to ask all the questions that we have. But this, remember, is just the tip of the iceberg of all the things that are happening. And we know there's a lot more happening, taking place in this symposium, apart from the presentations, right? We have a lot of informal exchanges during coffee breaks and lunch breaks. So once again, thank you. Thank you very much for being here. And sorry, once again, for not having time for all your questions. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, David.
Thank you, David, for that. Someone mentioned that the pandemic would have been different without the internet, and we had a lot of groups exchanging ideas and experiences thanks to Zoom. Remember when we had all these people connected? So, of course, that in-person events are crucial. Are we ready then? So, this is a summary clip of all these 2 days. So, join me, please, in a round of applause.
Y ahora
And now we've got some